right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is January 7th, 2026, and it is our first stream of the year. Oh my goodness, have I missed you guys. And we actually got to get a couple of things this morning. You got a lot of people talking about Venezuela. I'm sure a lot of you heard what happened with Maduro. Now there's a little bit of drama here with a boat this morning, but we got a couple of things on the way, and I figured I would start it out for all of you. We'll go over some of the new things that we have in store, and then before you know it, my friends, we are going to get through this month. You have earnings next week. You got a couple of things on the way, and then, but that's it, man. It's 2026, baby. So, Chatadonia, I hope you've been feeling good. I hope you've been feeling blessed, baby. Well, what's going on? How you doing? I got both the locked in. I started it for everybody else. We'll even talk about it. We'll talk about the locked in and not. I did open up the chat to non-members only. We're going to talk about how we're going to have 7 hours, baby. You know that? We're going to have 7 hours to discuss. So I hope you're ready. What up, Battleborn? What up, Blow? The Rickard Express. Elliot, Devin, Dirty. Oh, there it is. This morning. Good morning. What up, Ian Run? How you doing, Epic Eric? Mr. Knight. Oh, good day. Start. Dirty Bird, Tech, Cleveland, PSC, you said Will, IPOC, Aztec, good morning, baby. What up, Uri, Connor, Endry, Adric, AP, Super Takeoff, Legal in the house, the Strong Time, Tavarian, Farmer, Jove, Yallah, Habibi. What's up, baby? How you doing, Hydro? How you doing, Zakro, Mr. Edwards, GG, oh, there's the chat waking up. What up, Mr. Whitman? What up, Citizen, Mr. Sandman, Ramses, how you doing, baby? Oh, welcome back, Silvio. What up, CM, your boy? Good morning, Depsy, Dan, Alex, Big Tom, Animal, Deco, Ahmad, Ricardo. Hustling ain't easy. Oh, tell him, baby. How you doing, Mando? How you doing, Sensei? Are you ready? It's game time, baby. It's game time. So, Chad, I hope you guys are ready. I hope some of y'all is locked in, man. Actually, we have 7 hours, though. So, I hope you missed me because I missed you. I don't want it to be one-sided, man. But you should have got a lot of rest. You should be ready to go. And I don't know. I'll get through the news here in a little bit. And then we'll talk about everything going on, man, because, yeah, I got good news and bad news for you. I don't know if you're going to like it all, man. I don't know if you're going to like it, baby. So here is Josh AI with the news. He sound kind of weird. He sound like he been watching Republican podcasters. He just talks like this. You'll see. All right, man. Good morning. Let's get it.
Politics. Trump says Venezuela to turn over 30 to 50 million barrels of oil to U.S. Reuters, Axios, FT. Trump set to meet oil executives Friday to discuss Venezuela. Firms seek security guarantees, election clarity. Politico, Axios. Chevron dispatches approximately 11 ships to Venezuela to begin exporting oil after Maduro ouster. Bloomberg, New York Times. White House says U.S. discussing options to acquire Greenland. Trump won't rule out military force. FT, Axios, Washington Post. Russia deploys submarine and naval ships to escort tanker Bella, one after U.S. seizure attempt. Link, NY Times. U.S. backs coalition security guarantees for Ukraine, pledging binding support if Russia attacks again. Reuters. Europe agrees security terms for Ukraine. UK and France commit post-war troops despite Russia objections. NY Times, FT. Japan condemns China's dual-use export ban as absolutely unacceptable. Escalating rare earths dispute. Reuters, FT. Corporate. NVIDIA sees stronger than expected demand. Revenue outlook brightens amid booming AI adoption. Bloomberg. NVIDIA boosts H200 production as it expects U.S.-China export deal to reopen Chinese sales soon. FT, Reuters. NVIDIA chip cooling comments at CES trigger data center sell-off on demand fears. Bloomberg, The Information. Samsung warns rising memory costs may increase consumer product prices. The Information. China to review Meta's $2 billion Manus acquisition for potential technology control violations. FT. Google regains AI lead with a powerful model and major search overhaul surpassing OpenAI. Link. Amazon said to have listed independent retailers' full inventories without consent, diverting customers to its platform. FT. SanDisk soars 28% after NVIDIA CEO highlights rising memory and storage demand at CES. Bloomberg. Baidu's AI chip unit has hired banks for a Hong Kong IPO that may raise as much as $2 billion. Bloomberg. Comcast cable asset spinoff. Versant flop plays into Paramount Skydance argument. Its Warner Brothers Discovery bid is better than Netflix. NY Post. Chevron, working with Quantum Energy Partners on a joint bid for Lukoil's international assets, valued at $22 billion FT. Eli Lilly in talks to buy Ventyx Biosciences for over $1 billion to boost immunology pipeline, Royce Link. Meta pauses international Ray-Ban display rollout, prioritizing strong U.S. demand amid shortages, Reuters. Lockheed commits to surge Patriot interceptor production to about 2,000 units annually to meet Pentagon demand. Link. KKR to acquire sports investor Arctos Partners for about $1 billion. Reuters. BlueScope rejects takeover bid from SGH. Steel Dynamics accuses bidders of undervaluing the company, Reuters. Washington, over $133.5 billion in U.S. tariffs face potential refunds if deemed unlawful by Supreme Court, Reuters. Trump warns House Republicans they must win 2026 midterms or Democrats will seek his impeachment, Reuters. Trump freezes over $10 billion in federal child care and family assistance funds to 5 states over fraud concerns, Axios. House panel to hear bill on 13th of January easing deployment of autonomous vehicles without human controls, Reuters. Economy at Eurozone inflation eased to 2.0% in December as falling energy costs offset lingering domestic price pressures, FT. Japan services PMI fell to 51.6 in December, weakest growth since May on softer demand, Reuters. German unemployment edged up in December by 3,000, marking smaller rise than economists expected, Reuters. Australia's CPI eased to 3.4% in November, but still above RBA's target. Markets still price possible February rate hike, Reuters. China's forex reserves rose $11.5 billion in December to $3.358 trillion amid weak U.S. dollar, Link. China extends policy letting banks and asset managers dispose of bad personal loans amid rising defaults, Bloomberg.
I had to unmute it. Bloomberg. There's more, my friends. S&P futures, their little change Wednesday morning trading comes after U.S. equities finished higher on Tuesday with memory, semis, machinery, metals, chemicals, regional banks, healthcare, and consumer discretionary among the best performers. Crowded shorts, a standout among the baskets. Mag 7 mixed and a lagged overall. Energy came under pressure. Treasuries mostly firmer with yields down 3 to 4 basis points at the back end. Dollar little change. Gold is down by 0.9. Silver is down by 4.7. Bitcoin down by 0.5. And WTI is down by 0.4 in choppy trading amid the latest Venezuela updates. Biggest focused on Venezuela and oil. Trump said Tuesday that Venezuela would give up to 30 to 50 million barrels of oil to the U.S. CNBC also reported sales will continue indefinitely, sanctions to be reduced, while U.S. would sell Venezuelan oil and hold proceeds until its country deemed capable of receiving funds. Reports also indicated U.S. seized Venezuela-linked Russian-flagged tanker in the North Atlantic. While oil headlines remain messy, pullback seemingly tempered by thoughts of immediate sales, more about pre-blockade production that is accumulated in storage and general geopolitical risk. Oil dynamics may be playing into Treasury rally, though below consensus ADP also supporting dovish Fed narrative. On other notable developments seems to be a breather in the number of recent standouts. Metals, crypto, Asian equities, while focus remains on recent pro-cyclical rotations, Mag 7 dispersion and high-profile potential catalysts over the near term, including non-farms on Friday and upcoming Fed chair picks, SCOTUS Fed Cook, and IEPA decisions and Q4 earnings. December private payrolls, ADP, 41,000 below consensus of 47,000, reversing 32,000 decline in November. Wage growth for job stayers unchanged at 4.4, though job changers up by 0.3 to 6.6. JOLTS jobs openings for November and October factory orders on the economic calendar later this morning. Looking ahead, Q3 non-farm productivity, unit labor costs, initial claims for week ending January 3rd, and October trade balance out on Thursday. Friday brings December employment report, preliminary University of Michigan consumer sentiment for January and October housing starts. When it comes to employment, street looking for non-farm 55,000 in December, following a 64,000 print in November. UR expected to slip to 4.5 from 4.6. Google AI comeback highlighted in financial press. China said to be reviewing Meta's $2 billion purchase of AI startup Manus in relation to possible violation of tech export controls. Samsung Electronics warned memory prices are heading higher. CVX reportedly working with Quantum Energy Partners on a joint bid for Lukoil's international assets. WBD told shareholders to reject P-Sky offer, recommends Netflix merger. According to CNBC report, Baidu AI chip unit Kunluxin has reportedly picked banks for a Hong Kong IPO that may raise as much as $2 billion. Mobileye boosted by confirmation of $900 million cash and stock acquisition of Menti Robotics. Eli Lilly in talks to acquire VTYX for $1 billion. EMBJ announced record Q4 deliveries. Air fiscal Q2 ahead and raised organic revenue growth outlook for full year 26. Calm fiscal Q2 EPS beat, though revenue missed with Shell egg sales down 28% year over year. What else we got? A couple of pre-market movers. UMC is up by 8.6. Their December revenues. MSTR 3.9. MSCI will not exclude digital asset treasury companies from indices in next index review. CSGP up 3.4. Provides 26 guidance and midterm targets. Updates on homes.com. Wayfair 2.6. Barclays upgrade. Regen 2.1. Bank of America upgrade to underperform. ALB 2.1. Baird upgrade. TT 1.8. Melius Research upgrade. XYZ up 1.7. BNB Paribas upgrade. Roblo up 1.5. Confirms implementation of age verification for chat access. JCI is up by 1.4. Melius Research upgrade. Glue is up by 43. MRT 8102 phase 1 trial results and read-throughs from VTYX M&A reports. Mobileye up 13.6. Acquires Menti Robotics, $900 million in cash. Vera 6.9. FDA grants priority review to BLA for a Tecipient in IgAN. ALMS up 6.7. $175 million offering. Follow through of positive trial results yesterday. PNG is up by 5.2 off earnings. Navin up 4.1. Andreessen Horowitz discloses purchase of additional 977,000 shares. ZLab 4.1. Initiated buy at UBS. Rumble up 3.9. Launches crypto wallet with Tether. Air up 3.8. Earnings. CRML up 3.7. Reaction to U.S. Trump admin comments on Greenland. MSCI decision on DAT companies. CRNX up 3.5. 7.6 million offering. Biohaven 3.4. Sale of 12 million shares to Janus priced at 10. GameStop up 3. Announces new long-term incentive award for Ryan Cohen. KBR up 2.2. Awarded seat on MDA's Shield contract. APLD is up by 2. Initiated buy at Freedom Capital. Muir up 1.8. Announces successful appraisal well at Hai Sai Vang Field in Vietnam. Com up 1.8 off earnings. VTYX up 55. Follow through reported takeover interest from Eli Lilly. Sympathy, NMRA, and BioA. ACRV is up by 13. Nothing. AZ 11. 20 million repurchase program. Dude, damn, there's a lot. OSS 6.2, 1.2 million pre-order production. KMDA at 5.7 reaffirms 4-year guide, announces initial full year 26 outlook. DGXX up by 5.4, letter of intent for strategic partnership with Omnis Pleasance. Load up 4.2, receives final air quality permit for Silver Springs Recovery Facility. ORIC up 3.7, initiated overweight at Piper Sandler. EVTL is up by 3.3, initiated outperform at William Blair. Hive is up by 3.0. MSCI will not exclude digital asset companies. TGen up 2.9, releases note on Tecogen chillers and data centers. UVE 2.7, 20 million repurchase program, trading lower. ASTS down by 6. Scotia downgrade. First Solar down 4, downgrade. DEC down 3.8. Piper Sandler downgrade. FCX down 3.4. Copper down 1.9. Oklo down 2.2. Department of Energy partnership. Myrna down 1.8. Bayer files patent infringement suit against the company. CEO transition on STNE, and they're down by 4. ARWR down 3.4. 500 million convert. BBAI down by 3. Cantor downgrade. WWW down 2.8. Piper Sandler downgrade. MSM down 2.6 off earnings. AFYA down 2.4. JP Morgan downgrade. EMAT down 22. Recently closed SPAC merger. APOG down 16. Earnings and CFO change. And gold and silver all trading lower. Oh, Chatatonia. So that is your morning news. I got a couple more for you. I got a little baby document. We'll talk about what to expect this week and how we move forward. And then, are you guys ready? We get to talk a lot today. I know, I missed you. So there's a couple of things. One, I started it early today. I don't know if you guys noticed. I turned members only off for the chat. I want to try it out. So I don't think anything this week will be permanent. But I did want to start off by giving you guys a shot. So yeah, I haven't unbanned everybody yet. But you guys right now, you could chat. You're free to go. You're free. Freedom. Woo! America. I don't know, man. A lot of people, I don't know how you feel about Venezuela, huh? But yeah, there's a lot. So you guys will get that opportunity if you could hold on to it. I think it'll be great. I already had to time somebody out here. He said, recession coming! 2026! damn it, 26. What year is it? So yeah, you gonna have to do all that, but. Well, we'll see what you did. That's why I didn't unban everybody, because then usually when I unban them, it leads to a lot of bans. So I wanted to see how it would do if we just freed everybody without any of that. So yeah, we'll see what ends up playing out with that. And if you noticed, I brought back the morning news. This is also going to be temporary. I do want to get y'all off on the right foot. I know we've been gone for a little bit. There's a couple of things, and that's what we're going to go over next, the morning document and a couple of other things. So this has been for the locked in guys the last couple of months, ever since some of our little fiascos. So yeah, I want to get y'all ready to go, but nothing at the beginning of this week is going to be permanent. I'm going to leave that up to you guys, and we'll see where it leads us, baby. So that being said, let's get into it. Where is your document? Documente. Do you have your documente? I think I do have a documente. Oh, wait, I could just switch the screens. I forgot about that. Baby. Ooh, are you guys ready? I hope you guys see it. The market really didn't move much while we were gone. There was a couple of plays we could talk about too, but yeah, man, it's good to be back. Oh, there it is. There you go. I got to make it a little bigger. Change the sizing. All right. So we got a couple of things to go. I even got a bubble sector for you to watch. You know that? Oh, yeah, it's 2026, baby. It's kind of been a slow start to the beginning of the year, especially compared to how we started off last year. But first thing is first, good news and bad news. It's still going to be a slow week, you guys. That's why, I didn't come back at the beginning of the year, because I told you it was going to actually be like, it was going to be slow. I don't think everybody's back yet. Again, you got the invasion or non-invasion, depending on how you want to describe it. We're getting some of the news here this morning. There's a couple of stocks and sectors that started to move up. Gold and silver has been going nuts, but when it's all said and done, you don't really have much, especially today. It's going to be a lot slower. The jobs are going to be the key factor. It's illuminating considering the rate cut odds. They even moved a little bit with the ADP stuff, but other than that, it's really going to be about policy, or later in this month, that's when you're going to start getting some stuff that's going to move stuff. Other than that, there was news on China export bans, especially related to Japan. Japan kind of got mad about it. That even relates to gold and silver, if you guys were remembering from that video just a week or two ago. So we'll see how that plays out. You even got to hear a little bit about Greenland. So anything related to oil, Greenland, Venezuela, China export bans, that's probably going to be those headlines you get. But like I'm telling you, pretty much end of this week leading into next week, that's where you get earnings and a lot of other things. And that's where the market should return to a little bit more excitement. Again, beginning of the year, don't forget, you guys, beginning of the year, that's where things start to get a little bit more exciting. So keep your eyes on that. That's number one. Number two, CES. So I have that chart. Mr. El Coyote, he tagged me in it. It's still there. I got to make this a little. There you go. CES. That's going on today, too, throughout this whole week. Pretty much you could get some headlines. You even got to watch AMD, NVIDIA, a couple of others kind of moved up at the beginning of this week. But Caterpillar today, they're going to be doing something on manufacturing. There's an all-day health summit. There's humanoids and robots. So maybe those robotic stocks, again, even Mobileye, if you guys aren't picking up on that, they bought a robotics company. So we'll see how that plays out. Qualcomm, Adobe, and HP, they have their little presentations today as well. Then you have a manufacturer, a vehicle. That's how my dad say vehicle. Manufacturing vehicle tech summit. That's going to be today at CES. And then a foundry celebration. We'll see if that affects your boy Intel or anything in between. And now I got a good one for you. Are you ready? Are you guys ready for this? I'm going to have it. And you can't say I didn't tell all of y'all. I don't think it's guaranteed just yet, but I've noticed the rumblings, and it does pretty much relate to SpaceX. But other than that, when it's all said and done, the first signs of a new bubble industry, but it's kind of already bubbled. The good part is that it came down, started to move up this week, but the good part, or it's just different than your gold and silver and critical minerals. You saw this one a little bit last year, but this year, depending on how things play out, this might be an area of focus. and it is the space stocks. I don't really like them. I don't like investing in space. I don't, again, I don't know how to make money in space. Has anybody made money in space besides Elon and these companies selling stocks? So that's up to you, but this is definitely on the burner, and it's starting to heat up a little bit. So watch over the next couple of days, next coming weeks, depending on what we get, or really by the time you get into like a SpaceX IPO, you should start seeing people, at the very least, they're going to hype this up socially. So keep your eyes out for that. And then bank stocks, I think these are my last two for you. Bank stock earnings are next week. Essentially, this is coming up pretty quick. Some of them, like Bank of America, just breaking out from I think all-time high and getting past '08 and some of that other stuff. But they're going to have earnings, again, tied into everything with rate cuts in the economy. People are going to be looking ahead of bank stocks and what they're expecting here for 2026. That could be a big area of focus. So watch out for that one. You could even front run if you would like. Other than that, VTYX, takeover interest from Eli Lilly. I'm sure you guys saw NVO. They came up a little bit. The Ozempic pills are dropping. And there's a couple of things still going on. Again, people, you got a little bit of a chill out. Eli Lilly did very good last year, but again, the GLP-1s, they're still a pretty big area of focus. Again, it's been it's been probably half a decade of GLPs now, if you think about it, and peptides and all of that. So, yeah, we're going to see where it all leads, my friends. But other than that, Chattadonia, that is all that I have for you here in the morning. We'll have a couple of minutes, and then we will begin the pledge. We can do questions. I don't know. I don't know if you guys, I don't know how you guys want to do it this year. Remember, I asked you. I thought about it a little bit. I would just say I want information. So, I would be careful on the whole, what's it called? Buy this, Josh, buy this. I'm buying this. It's a penny stock. So it's bright and early, man. I don't know if is that really what y'all want? I don't know, man. You tell me. But other than that, should you buy puts or calls? I don't know. I'm going to focus on industries in any specific catalyst here because I don't know. I mean, it's been a while. I actually made a couple of trades. I got out of my silver play yesterday, actually. I got out of my silvers at 1,000%. Literally sold them at 1,000%. I got a couple left, but that was the big trade ahead of it. We did get a little bit of XBI, but then that one started to slow down. There was a little bit of gold, and then I even sold one of the I had old LARs, I believe, and then I had Bank of America's, but I got rid of those as well, too. So we will see. Your front-running shoes. Oh, like reseller market? I haven't heard good things about the reseller market as of late, but, the thing about this year, 2026, this is where we're supposed to see what the, real economy does. Last year was a lot of financial, a lot of front-running, people getting excited, but remember, this is 2026. So, yeah, the big, beautiful bill, all the money going around, the tax breaks, certain things we're supposed to actually say it. My day off, was it refreshing? It was, but I'll be honest with you, man. I don't think I'm going to take off that long next year, bro, because it was fun for 2 weeks, bro. And, and I did a whole week without any computer. No, I didn't even look at a computer. Isn't that funny? Because I'm about to stare at it. I've been staring at computers for a long fucking time. So, yeah, but no, I was I got tired of it after a while. I said, okay, man, I don't know how. I say this is too much time. You know that? Even me and my mom were talking about AI, bro. And my mom was I was trying to explain to my mom how AGI and universal basic income and what happens with production and all of it. And my mom she was like, I don't think if it's good if people don't work. I was like, what do you mean, Mom? Isn't that great? She's like, nah. She's like, you need to do stuff. People are going to freak out if they just sit at home too long doing nothing. I was like, you know what? You kind of right, bro. You kind of right, yeah. So no, but literally, it was fun for a week or two, but I don't think I'm gonna take off that long this year. This year, right? I would say next year, but no, I think it's this year. Yeah, bro. It's not. I don't know. It's not fun. And I fucking. Oh man, the schedule. I feel bad. I almost messed up my whole entire schedule for a little bit. After for maybe 2 weeks, I was still waking up at 4 a.m. And then I stopped waking up at 4 a.m. And then I got a little nervous because I was like, oh man, am I not gonna? Did I just ruin my whole discipline of waking up at 4 a.m.? But then I got back to it pretty. I'm glad, man. My poop schedule a little messed up, but other than that, man, it was a good time. It was a good time, baby. So I'm very glad to be back. I hope you're glad to be back. I hope you're ready to put in some work. Again, the real estate stuff did pick up a little bit at the beginning of the year, but then again, I think more and more people are slowly returning. And then it's Orthodox holiday, I believe. I think in Egypt and Russia, they celebrate Christmas today. That's what my mom told me. She said, "You're going back on Christmas?" I said, "What do you mean, Mom?" She said, "Egyptian Christmas." I said, "Oh." I said, "Damn, I didn't even think about that." So, Chatadonia, don't you dare forget, baby. How do we start off the mornings? Oh, yeah, with a good old salute, baby. A good old salute to the greats, to the people who have given up so much for this country, baby. And on behalf of the chat, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active service, past service, anybody who has served this great nation, all the veterans, for real. Thank you for everything you have given, and I hope you don't forget. We like to honor y'all, man. This ain't something I don't think we could ever forget, and I hope you don't either, man. We all get to enjoy this freedom. We all get to wake up. You get to work. You get to do all sorts of things, baby. So please don't ever forget it, and I do think it means a lot. You see all the things around the world, and just, again, this country and how we've gotten here, and all of the freedoms we enjoy, man. It would be a damn shame if we took it for granted. So that's why I hope every single morning, bro, we could give a huge shout out. Don't ever forget this, baby. Live up to the fullest of your freedom, your dreams, your goals and passions, baby. And, you know, this is a great opportunity to be alive, a great time. And you're here because of people before you. So both good and bad. So don't ever forget that, baby. So that's why I want to give a huge shout out, active service, past service, anybody who has served this country for real. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless every single one of you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, all the people really contributing to their community, making it a better place, upholding good, strong values, baby. We love and appreciate you. So keep that up, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Say the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh no. Oh, Chatadonia. Let's go, baby. Are you ready? Are you ready? We got 3 minutes until the bell. Oh, I need to open up another TD, bro. I got to open up another TD Ameritrade. And I got to go pee. I got to go to the restroom. I know, man. My market ain't been the same without y'all, too. But I hope you don't make dumb decisions, okay? You remember, the obsession of this year is avoiding stupid, okay? That's word to Mr. Munger, dog. But look, even when I was there the other day, it didn't move while we were gone. I hope you know that. There was a couple of plays. You got a nice little 1,000%er before we left. But yeah, man, remember, you are the reaction function. I hope you guys got to see that. I hope you got to see all the recycling of news. The most exciting thing that, like, moved something, it was literally the Venezuela stuff. And that was, like, what, 2 days ago? 3 days ago at this point? I don't even know. So, yeah, it's not as if you missed too much, and I hope you don't be dumb. Don't be dumb, okay? You guys even got non-members only. I got you the news in the morning. Don't be dumb. Just avoid stupid, dog. Just avoid stupid. I hope you use the rest, though. All right, man? Yeah, we only got a minute. So, do you guys remember this song? Do you guys remember? I don't know if you remember this. This is a song. Old song. Do you remember? I don't. Or we got started. Maybe we started off with the new one, bro. Here, I gotta go pee real quick, bro. That's it, bro. Run it. Whoa! Game time.
It's a call, baby. Feels like it's gonna be a good day. Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that. That's ours, why wait? Be great, that's that. No way, we changed, what's the plan? That's that. On my way, that's the play. New game, that's that. Can't believe they missed it on my kindness. I can't believe they forsake all the guidance. I can't believe they couldn't see the timing. no strings, no chains, that's that. One God, one king, one way, that's that. Sovereign, supreme, what you know about that? One thing before you leave, please don't come back. Never needed, then you needed Jesus. I'd rather have no friends than hang with demons. Your brother gonna show up when he needed, but can the two still walk with that agreement? Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that, that's ours. Why wait?
Oh man! Oh, I thought I had it muted.
That's that, out my way.
Let's go, baby!
That's that. Wanna gamble? That's a game for the goals.
Are you ready?
Are
you ready, bro?
Father, why
Are
did
you
they
ready?
complain
You
about
better
your
run through a
laws?
wall, dog.
Asked for justice, but they made sure it was gone.
You better. That's it,
So just
man.
wait till I can see it in
Now
your
you can wake up, son.
eyes.
Game time. Oh yeah. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Oh, what up, League Hall? Oh, good morning. Let's get it, baby. Let's see. We have it. Even then, the markets, man, I do think still today is going to be a little slower. So you pumpers, I'll give you your final warning. You better relax. Let's get some information, bro. That's how you guys are going to make money. That's how we did it all last year. Really focusing on the info and actionability. Like I'm saying, man, avoid the easy ones. Don't get too hyped up. And you are going to be good to go, baby. You are going to be good to go. Oh, yeah, silver. Well, silver's going to do that little back and I can't believe it's down 5. Even yesterday, though. That's why, again, I mean, we bought them with a couple of months of time or like a little bit more. They hit very well. I was in the money. I think I still am in the money on the silver, but they rose up a decent amount yesterday. I got rid of most of them, but it's going to do this back and forth, so we might have an opportunity to double dip. But I do think silver, again, you got the export control stuff with China and Japan, and then all the energy stuff with Venezuela. So we'll see. And then that VYTX as well. You had another one there. Oh, I forgot to send that. That's that. One God, one king, one way. Oh, and then bank stocks too. And then what's it called? The space ones. They got downgrades, and then a couple of them did pretty decent. But that's it. Yeah, Intel, bro. Intel back at 40, bro. Intel back at 40. I don't know. I probably just went under that. Is it VTYX? Yeah, it's a $1 billion offer. Or that's the rumored amount. But then again, some of these lately, yeah, it's literally trading above. So I think it went as high as like 20 yesterday. Or like after hours with the report. But even at 1 billion, and they might get more. So we'll find out. We will find out. Intel 4080, baby. Oh my goodness. And then Toll Brothers, why are they running up? Toll HD, yeah, Rocket Lab. So again, the space ones, people are getting hyped on them. So like I'm saying, you could watch out for those and see. I think you had, didn't Albertsons have earnings today? There was actually a couple of others, and then the bank stocks. Where's Bank of America? Bank of America. Was it 20? No. Let me check. Yeah, it was the 2008 point. That's where they broke out from, finally. What, almost 20 years later? 19 years later? What do I do when I'm not streaming? I'm very quiet. You know that? I haven't yelled in a really long... I didn't have to. I didn't, you know that? I don't... I don't yell. I don't argue with anybody. It was quite peaceful. It just gets boring. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You got some real estate stuff. I wish real estate was a little bit more active, but other than that, man, I did some farming activities too. I got some new plans for the farm as well. I rejected an offer on it as well. I don't know though. We might have another year of the farm, maybe 6 months, but my plan's gonna take a little bit. CRM, Airbnb, they were starting to do a little bit good again. The what's it called? Home builders were moving up. Keep an eye as well, too. Again, biotech, just with the offer. I do like Elijah Lilly as well. Let's see. Oh, what was that? There was that one thing, too. That was like right when we took off the DJT and the fusion reactor. Do you guys remember that one? I don't know. That one got hyped for a little bit. And then let's go back to silver. Yeah, so silver already dropped 5. It's either going to close down 7 or like down 2 or then do some of that movement. But it's literally back to the same prices yesterday on some of those premiums. They just wanted to scam some premium real quick. Oh, shit. It's already the 7th, too. Keep that in mind. Oh, good morning. Yeah, you miss me, Josh? Yeah. No, I'm not the president. Venezuela. Is that who it is? Yeah, Putin. You whammy. Yeah, again, the Sermal got something as well as all the talk there. And then Chipotle, that thing came back. No, it's not VKTX. It's VYTX. So they are different. CMG on the high. What up, fair? How you doing, Dr. James Cash? Oh, good morning, crowd. Again, the memory stocks too, like Micron. I mean, those are actually on a tear. Micron, SanDisk, and then they've been doing all of that. Where's gold? And Microsoft, and then again, you're gonna get Qualcomm, Adobe, and HP, I believe. Those are the ones today at Is it E3? I'm a gamer at CES. And then Elijah, again, an NVO, man. I don't know if you guys want to talk about Ozempic pills. You guys see that? I thought I did. I know they got the approval, but they're finally rolling them out. So people are a little bit of hype. We'll see how that translates. But then again, I think we ended last year. We were talking a little bit about the peptide wave. I know, dude, literally, if you bought a computer last year, you could have outperformed. You know that? You literally, you could have outperformed the market with RAM. Yeah, you know that? People made money on, I don't know, I need to go see my old computers. I got some good RAM in there. But yeah, those are that was a good way to get a little bit of a gain. Giggle on the high. Again, some things are actually moving pretty good right now. It's all about 1%, but again, everything, SPY, Dow, NASDAQ, it's about 0.1. Russell is actually the best so far in the first week, percentage-wise. But yeah, you're not moving too much, my friends. Like I'm saying, it's gonna be very, very slow still until like Friday when we get the jobs report, and then after that, then we're going to see how things start to play out. But again, financials, banks, those, I'm already seeing a couple of those move right now. Those are going to be getting a little bit of activity. Do they not do E3 anymore? That was the other thing they do in Vegas with the games. Oh, man, I'm getting too old for this shit. Are you kidding me? How did E3 don't exist no more? Yeah, VTYX. All right, that's the one. So again, it's a 1 billion offer, or that's the rumored amount. But and then XLV on the high. We should talk about UNH. I was looking at that one. Remember all the staples, all the year-to-date laggers. It's a different year-to-date, so keep that in mind when you look at that. What's that? They're talking about it. $14 a share on VTYX. That's coming across the wire right now. So yeah, that's why it's literally dropping. So they're saying the near deal could come as soon as Wednesday. Wall Street Journal. You pause the stream alerts, and now they're 10,000. I forgot to take that off. That was just a symbolic price because we are closed on that one. Oh, shit. Nice. Where is Eli Lilly popping off of that? Nice. All right. Oh, I had it, Eli Lilly. Well, I'll take those. And then that's it for now. Yeah, Eli Lilly's actually moving up a decent amount on that. I think it's because they're getting a good price. Like I'm saying, I mean, we'll see. Remember, the last couple of biotech buyouts, dude, they've been doing these damn bidding wars. Maybe Pfizer's going to come in. I'll give you double and the oil. So we'll see. But other than that, again, less than $1 billion. But usually, I mean, this was a phenomenon we saw last year where just, again, these companies would buy somebody. Back in the day, the buyer would usually go down. But, yeah, now some of them are starting to come back up. Yeah, that's crazy. I did not know E3 was over, bro. That's it. We getting on. But, yeah, we having stream alerts is still, we closed that last year. or we restricted the signups on it. We'll see. Little by little, you guys. We'll find out what happens with what we want to do. But I want to try. For now, you guys get non-members only in the chat. And then I think what's the other one? Oh, the morning news. We'll find out how you guys could do a week. We already got a couple of pumpers, though, going crazy. So like I'm saying, though, man, I think we did very good last year. We still outperformed the entire market. It was one of the best years, and I like it. I think some of the stuff we did really led to some good gains. I also saw some pretty big mistakes made, and it's good because you get to learn how to avoid them. But I want the best for y'all, man, and I really want to see y'all do some. So I want to see some good moves, and like I'm saying, just information is so important and so valuable. Again, we're getting you guys info. I plan to get you more info. But it's just like you got to monetize it the right way. There's a lot of influence out there, and you got to learn how to use it. Use it to your advantage, and don't let you get taken advantage of. I really think that's the real big thing. Oh, the first peach of the year, baby. Hard. Oh my. Oh. 6:40 a.m. 10 minutes after the bell. 2026. Your first peach of the year. Oh, I hope you had a good break too, Bradley. Are you kidding me? Oh, it's... Come on, Chad. That's what I'm saying. That's how we got to start this year, bro. Some consistency. Ho. So, yeah, baby. Oh, my goodness. What a legend. What a legend. How you doing, Bradley Frizzle? Good morning. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, story to start and finish it. That's it, baby. I mean, hey, man, some of y'all guys, some years under your belt now. That's it. That's why you got to make it show. Let it show, baby. Be wise. This year, man, we're avoiding stupidity. That's all you have to do. Obsess over it. That's all you got to do. You don't have to don't chase brilliance. You need to avoid stupidity. That is the key focus, because you know what's going to happen? You're going to get some brilliant returns if you could just avoid stupidity. That's what happened last year. I mean, if you really think about it, there was a lot of opportunity last year. All you had to do is just be in the right place. You could have got hit in the face many different times, and you had to make sure you kept the money. That's all you got to do. So I do think this year, man, and as it it's going to get crazy too, though. You guys know that, right? Like, think about the Venezuela. You think all that stuff's crazy, bro? Oh, no. Get ready for it, because it's midterms. You guys know that? All these crackheads, all these political crackheads, oh, they're going to go nuts, bro. And everybody's going to dramatize everything. That's it. You go, oh, it's going to be nuts. So just get ready for that. It's going to be an exciting time, but it's also probably going to be a little bit more heightened tension. So avoid stupidity. Let your emotions work for you, not against you. That's some good advice that I could give you there. And like I'm saying, man, I want to see y'all utilize info to the quality that it is. You guys get real good info, even if we still have the delay for a little bit. We'll see how that one works out for you guys. But even with the delay, I'm pretty sure you're going to be faster than everybody. But you need to be able to be quick. You need to be accurate, and you need to learn how to make sure that you are profiting off of it. Because again, it doesn't matter if you're correct on something, you got to make money off of it. And that's going to be a mix of all these factors. If you got to edge, you got to use it to your advantage. And that's what I want to see. And above all else, man, long-term, playing your cards right, man, it's gonna be it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. So Novartis, SPY's even going up again. We're moving 0.1, 0.2. I know, isn't the SPY though like right near all-time highs, I believe? So yeah, I think this is an all-time high. But yeah, just don't be dumb about it. Don't be dumb. Don't be dumb. You know what I'm saying? Don't be dumb. Avoid the stupid. Hawkeye. Oh, the equal weight. A good old equal way. Yeah, bro. 69.54. That's your high. Amazing. It already started. Oh, no. It's going to turn up even more. You ain't seen nothing yet, bro. Get ready for it. Because I'm telling you, that's what happens on the midterm years. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen, but, politically and even in the market, but just the media's job this year is going to be to fucking tweak everybody out. Believe me, if you're not, and that's why, again, I hope, I don't know, man, especially if you really, like, I got a nice little computer detox, social media detox. It was beautiful. Like, you don't feel anything, dude. But so if you may not be that emotional now, just, I think the objective by the middle of this year is to get all of you emotional. That's not my goal. I'm not going to try to do that to you, but I'm saying I would argue that's the media's job this year. That's how they're going to bring in the ad dollars. But holy shit, dude, those Eli Lillies just went 2,000%. What the fuck? Oh, I snagged some of these earlier, a couple days ago. I grabbed me some cheap ones, but now, damn it. Every time I sell them, too, they go crazy, but this one just went pretty nuts. Well, wait, what day is it? The 7th? Bear down out. I created a law of term because nobody want law of term no more. They want prediction markets on chopped liver. You want a prediction market? This is what I'll give you. Okay, I'm sorry. I know. Oh, damn. All right. Oh, I was looking at Novartis. Oops. Yeah. No, there were some cheap ones. I grabbed them, but they were, I didn't think it would hit like that. That's why I'm like, fuck. Am I about to sell early? I already took one at a couple 100%, but you know, I might sell early. I got to take 2,000%. That's a great way to start the year. If it fills me, Habibi. Why you no feel? What is this bullshit? Bullshit, man. I tell you. They're not feeling it. Oh, come on. I should have took it there. Oh, yeah. They just fucking pummeled them now. I guess that was a couple of dollars difference. It's already up 40. That's all everybody was talking about. Prediction. That's why I told you guys. They put everything on fucking recycle. You didn't. Again, you got a couple of things on the global shit. Obviously, Venezuela, the Somali funds, that was interesting. The resignation of your boy, Mr. Walls, all that shit. But other than that, they were just prediction market. The prediction market. So, yeah, you got a lot of that. All right, bro. Feel me. Mix with some chopped liver. Your tenants move? Oh, Benny Beach, baby. Good morning. I hope. Happy New Year. Is it still a Merry Christmas if you're in Egypt or Orthodox? I don't know if that applies. Well, what up, baby? You got a nice bonus. Looking forward to adding to the long term. Let's do it, baby. That's it. Just avoid stupid. We could talk Trump Truth Social. Remember, for all those big NATO fans, they were at 2% GDP. Most weren't paying bills until I came along the way. USA was foolishly paying them. I respectfully got them to pay 5% GDP. Everyone said I couldn't be done. They are my friends without my involvement. They would have all had Ukraine. Russia would have all of Ukraine right now. Remember, I single-handedly ended 8 wars, and Norway, NATO member, foolishly chose not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize. But that doesn't matter. What does matter is that I saved millions of lives. Russia and China have zero fear of a NATO without the United States, and I doubt NATO would be there if we really needed them. Well, there you go. Google. Again, Oklo had a Department of Energy partnership. They were down. Now they fucking ripped, actually. Oh, and then I like Mobileye. Mobileye is a shitty stock in terms of how it moves. It does a lot of, like, dumb back and forth. But it's, again, the whole, like, robotics and all that. I don't know. Again, I don't know if the same bubble industries, we don't know if we're going to get that same year. That's why I said we could watch some of the space stocks, and I would be on the lookout for the new hype industry this year. It doesn't mean that it's going to be something you put in your long term. Please don't. But, you know, we saw the opportunities to make money on a lot of those last year, but you got to be wise about it. And at the same time, usually every year, you're going to get a theme. You're going to get one of these things popping up. So we'll see. We will see. Oh, they just hoed me on them. That's it. They didn't fill me on the Eli Lilly. It dropped in half. China, or Trump, the only nation that China and Russia fear and respect is the U.S. So, yeah, again, you just got that Trump Truth Social coming out. Europe bond sales. Again, they're actually they're just getting the damn Eli Lilly news right now. That's just reiterating. Holy fuck. Maybe that's why it slowed down. And then Albertsons. You guys have the wire up. Mm-hmm. And then where's Silvad? Your boy. It's your boy. Yeah, man. It's only been 15 minutes, man. Good morning. You guys isn't it fun? You get several hours for every day. You guys are gonna get sick of me sooner than later. But I missed you. Let's go. We better do good this year, man. Last year was fun. Mm-hmm. Is there a trade plan that leaves you guys watch on certain equities? Just information. I mean, that's literally how last year played out. And then especially too when people like lie or false info, the imbalance between accurate and non-accurate info. You know what I'm saying? We made a lot of money on that last year because, one part of the world would say this, and we just would pretty much be the contrarian, but we were able to use accurate information. So, even this morning, I went over some of the stuff that we had here. And there's a couple of segments. That's why I didn't want to come back till a little later because it's pretty slow to start off the year. And that's why it's going to be like that. But information is going to give you some. And then if it's not info, it's going to be pricing. Like Eli Lilly. I like the GLP-1 news. I took those earlier this week here, but it was also good pricing on the Eli Lilly. So that was one of the things. I think now it's coming back up. They're going to film me if that breaks out. Yallah, habibi. Happy New Year. Oh, the music. I don't know. Maybe we'll mix it up. This year. We mixed it up last year with the meditation music. We'll try. We'll try a week. I'll try a week with non-members only chat. We'll try a week of you guys getting the morning news and no meditation music, and we'll see how you guys handle it. And then, maybe I'll roll a dice every morning. Oh, I think that's what I'm going to do actually this year. Oh, fuck. I forgot. Are you ready for this? Is that Honda? Oh no, Hutman. Oh, I said Honda VTEC. Wow, Habibi. But remember this? You remember this? Listen. That's so expensive now. That's like $200 now, bro. You know that? That used to be like $20, $40. Isn't that crazy? But yeah, I think I might do that. I think some of y'all, I did time out a couple of the pumpers and spammers this morning already. But when it comes down to it, if you do break the rules, I'm gonna put your fate into the coin. So yeah, all right. I've got out of the Eli Lilly 2,000%. I'll take it. But yeah, so essentially, if you break the rules, your fate will be in the coin's hands. So yeah, heads you get banned, tails you fall back. So call it a day. Can't get mad. That's it. So if you break the rules, you will be at the mercy of the coin. You'll be at the mercy of fate. MSTR. Oh, again, that one's been an interesting story with how that one's played out. So we'll find out, man. Mm-hmm. ONC. She's back. 2,000. Dude, I didn't even plan for that. I thought it was going to go up a little bit. I just wanted some exposure. They were cheap. Again, I have some of the Eli Lilly. I have some targets on those options. When they get cheap enough, it's usually like a good deal. But then again, NVO. NVO made a nice move up. And like I'm telling this is why we bought NVO for the long term. But it's just Ozempic, GLP-1s, peptides are hot. That might be the new wave this year. Or maybe we start finding some of the small caps or like a big recovery on NVO. But don't get your hopes up. But the whole idea is that, it's been a long time. They're still making a lot of money. People are still talking about them. And yeah, it's been pretty exciting. And then again, we're even starting off here with that purchase there, VTYX or whatever. But and even ended last year, you saw a couple of those buys as well. Pfizer bought one of those companies. So yeah, it's I do think that's still a big area of focus. It's a lot of money. People are getting more excited than ever. Dude, it's funny. You go other places. I saw some people around the world. They sell. Man, Ozempic is still pretty hot, man. Or not just all of them. GLP-1s, every single one. How do you do the locked in? I think if you just click the membership and hit upgrade, it should allow you to do that. Maybe another chat could help you out if that's not how. I think you just click the membership, or it should say upgrade. So need to start saying silence is silver. Oh, shit. I know, maybe, bro. I'm still blown away by that. I'm telling you, I sold some of the options there. I still got a couple, but, dude, I am so tempted to sell one of those bars. But then like I said it when we had that. If you guys didn't watch it, I did make a video 8 days ago. We talked about silver and kind of some of the dynamics. I think it's absolutely fascinating with what's going on and how it played out. But just, dude, this has been the first time I've been tempted to sell any of my physical silver. I bought this shit like 10 years ago. I got gifted a 100-ounce bar. You know that? LT gifted me a 100-ounce bar in 2021, or like it was after silver kind of crashed. But then, yeah, bro, it was kind of crazy there. So, yeah. But dude, I really want to sell a bar, but then I don't know what to do with the cash. I mean, one of you guys said put it into the long term. I think that's a good idea. If I sell a silver bar and then give the small account a boost, that would be nice, but we'll see. How can you contribute to callouts? Information. So if it's like a breakout, hopefully if it's like we have this thing, usually like 3%, 7% on one candle. I think those are worthy of callouts, or if there's any breaking news that we somehow miss, post it in the chat for everybody. That's, again, even if you watch the chat, like I'm saying, you'll be able to pick up on a lot of info there. So that's one of the best ways there. Because it's easy to get flooded with a bunch of call-outs and prices. And like I'm saying, if you saw the last couple weeks while we were gone here, it's slow. A lot of things go up, down. They move, but they don't really move. But the ones with info, like solid info, that's going to be, again, if it's 7%, there's usually going to be a following set of news after that. Those are the ones that get things going. So I would focus on that. As far as long term, what I'm looking at this year, it's the same exact ones when we left. Those year-to-date laggards of 2025, you could still get a list of all those, but a lot of the staples and consumer stocks are really the cyclical stocks. And like we said, to start off 2026, this is, I don't know, we're going to find out very shortly, a couple of months here. But this should be the year of everybody else. Remember, it was Mag 7. There was a lot of front run, you name it. But, with tax breaks, all of the funding and all these different features and jobs and job creation we're going to see or that we should see, maybe that's a better way to put it, how that materializes and plays out, that should affect some of these cyclical stocks. And again, a lot of them are down. Yeah, like the Pepsis, Procter Gamble's, TAP is still one of my favorite ones on there. Again, you guys had the Cal-Maine. One of you guys brought that up, the eggs. They had earnings today. That's a nice little value stock. So that, but then again, if we could find a good diamond or good quality, ideally I want a value name that's very good quality. I don't want to just go into like dog shit. I don't want something down for 5 years just because it's down. I want, Chipotle was one of those names that we picked up. And there's many other names. This isn't an exhaustive list where you don't have to just you could focus on the theme, not necessarily just this name, but like names that were doing very, very well and then they kind of underperformed last year or last couple of years, but are still kind of, high growth, high flying names. Good quality. Again, PG, CLX, yep, Kimberly-Clark. Those are some of them. Again, I think I said Hershey's. Is Hershey's up today? They got to upgrade. Yeah, like these are some of the names that I'm talking about. So those are what I'm going to be looking for coming into this year. But again, we're going to find out, again, 3 to 6 months. I think closer to 3 months than not. We're going to get some of that. Yeah, UPS, Target, they kind of lagged a little bit harder, but they kind of came up pretty good into end of the year, beginning of this. I don't like Campbell's as much because I'm not really a soup guy like that. I do ramen. Ramen, is that faux paho? But I like General Mills. I don't even eat that much cereal, but I fuck with cereal. I do, and we were looking at General Mills right before we left. Ups. I wanted to see ups. And then silver is slowly climbing up here. Again, I wanted to double dip on those, but the premiums, all you did was burn time. Tell me why. What did that shit hit yesterday? 73? It's crazy, Habibi. It's crazy. The market is expecting huge revenue profit from non-Mag 7. You've been lagging, but do you expect earnings-wise? No, I do think it'll show up in earnings in many other ways. But yeah, that was kind of our expectation end of last year, like even middle of the year last year. But yeah, I do agree with that. And I do think, well, give it a couple of months, that theme could die or it's going to get proven correct. And that's just the general idea. Is that, if by, a couple of quarters, if that doesn't materialize in guidance and earnings, then those are going to get killed. But if they do, there's a lot of gains to be had. And then again, they could even be good gains even leading into next year. Yes, 2027. So think about it, longer than that. Where is Sweet Greens? Whirlpool. Intel's going up. Intel at 42. Actually, Intel's ripping. Again, there is a foundry day at I almost called it E3 again, at CES. So that could relate to it. Whatever Momentous is, they're up 39. Mobileye. I hate Mobileye, but I don't know if they get active on the robotic shit. But just how it trades, it usually always fades. And it's a slow mover. And then they just do bad. I'm glad you're back, baby. I know I missed you too, bro. Oh, ISM services. PMI 54.4 versus 52.6. So they came in a little bit higher. And then Jolt's job opening, 7.14. Estimate was 7.6. So, excuse me, 500,000 job orders less. ISM services beat. And then factory orders down 1.3. Estimate was 1.2. So I think Jolt's moved a little bit more. Again, Friday, that's really the active stuff that we're getting. So yeah, that data come out. Market's moving again. People were talking about bonds and the whole Venezuela thing. Remember, bond yields are very important just because, again, remember the whole rate cut debate and all that other stuff coming into this year. But yeah, the bonds, remember, they were just at the danger zone, kind of came up. We rallied a little with the Venezuela stuff. So we'll see how it plays. Sipping on some Fizzerve. I forgot about Fizzerve. He's doing good. Where's Tapperoonie? Tap already came down. I swear, last time I looked at it was at 48. And then they got mentioned at one of those, at one of the conferences in the last 2 weeks. Pretty much this idea that we're talking about. Some of these value names. Again, speak of the Jelly, Smuckers. They're going up there. Again, SPY's reacting to ISM services as well as the Jolts. I don't know. I don't know how the market's going to take the Jolts openings being 500,000 lower. You could either imply lower jobs market or stronger in terms of people getting higher. That kind of goes both ways. I don't think it moves the needle too much on that. But yeah. Yeah, Eli Lilly, I already got out of it. But they already went nuts. So that one's going to, if it keeps going, they could even double up there on some of them, which will probably be 4,000%. But I'm out of it. I'll take 2,000 to start off the year, but maybe I did sell too early. Oh wait, we'll find out. But yeah, that one's gonna be pretty active there. And then the VTYX, I think that one's done. And then Intel's starting to wake up here a little bit. What the fuck is Intel up 7? That could be the foundry thing. I don't know if they're gonna come up there. I know there was Intel Nvidia stuff a couple of days ago too. But yeah, let's see. That SpaceX going public and Tesla getting access to pre-IPO. I don't know about the Tesla shares or getting that access, but like I'm saying here, some of these space stocks and how that's playing out, I do think you are going to get an opportunity with, what's it called? With some of those space names, all because of the SpaceX stuff. That's pretty much going to be the idea. Where did those go? I don't know if that's going to hit. Oh, shit. Huh? Oh. Oops. It's a little scammers. All right. Oil? It's gonna react to all of the. I think oil companies. I don't know about if oil, like crude oil, is gonna move. But the technically, crude oil should go down. There's a lot of it. In terms of, there's a lot of implications to the whole Venezuela thing and just what's going to happen with the economy and oil. But as far as like oil companies, whoever is going to walk away with some of that extra money and some of those, access to that oil or facilitating the process of the Venezuela oil, they're going to be able to benefit. But I do think oil companies more so than actual crude oil. All right, I got one for you. This one, we've done this before. You guys, it's gonna work for a little bit, but then after, it's related to the event, but after that, it's gonna be done. Yeah, people was talking about the that was the big news this morning. It was actually like 30 minutes or like maybe like 45 minutes before the bell. People started like getting hyped or talking about what was going on with this what was it? The marinara? Isn't that a sauce? The pizza ship? That's what we'll call it. But yeah, there was the that talk about what's going to happen. It's weird because it's like a Russia flag, but Venezuela, they're saying it's sanctioned and all that. So we'll see. You're not used to the silence? I know. Well, in many ways. So, not a recommendation. Won't it take years to see returns? Yes, but people will front run it. Again, think about last year. Last year was all about front running. If you really, really think about it, it was everybody front running what's going to happen with AI, what's going to happen with critical minerals. Think about it. A lot of those critical mineral plays, they haven't made money. Some went up a little bit. But yeah, that's kind of the damn Albemarle. Remember, that was the one before we left. I got rid of all those, but damn, I didn't. That one actually kept going. Actually, just as of recently. And then the video on the high. Happy New Year. Yeah, quantum, nuclear, exactly. That's all the front running stuff. So even then, whoever's gonna get access to it, they'll react. But you are correct. I don't think they're gonna necessarily profit off of it right away. Yeah, wasn't Chevron getting the Venezuela deals even before? But yeah, I think them and then Valero. That one's been one that's moving a lot too. But then again, that could fluctuate with policy. Whoever gets said contract or selected is going to be the one moving. Yeah, man. NVO, Eli Lilly. Dude, NVO went up a lot, like comparatively from that 40. So it's getting right back up there. That was one of the big year-to-date losers. So, but like I'm saying, we already talked about it a little earlier. The Ozempic, man. Ozempic pills and all the GLP-1 hype. Just peptides in general. I do think the specific retrotides and all of that and Ozempic, the brands are important, and then the diabetes aspect of it. But, just this idea of peptides is getting a lot of people more excited. Two more. I think I see that. Cambodia Ministry extradition of Chinese nationals. U.S. operation flag vessels carried out by Coast Guard and Special Forces, tale of Reuters. Russian flag vessel is now in possession of Coast Guard, and U.S. military forces have left the vessel. That's coming out now through, what's it called? Through Reuters. So, Reuters, man. And then they're reiterating the Truth Social. Again, Caterpillar, too. They're going to be at one of those events here today, or the CES. I keep wanting to call it E3. Oh, and then watch China. Baidu got active from the the IPO of that one unit, their chip unit, I believe. But yeah, China's still there's again China, man. They did very good last year, but there really wasn't much updates. I think if anything, China's economy, kind of lagged more so than not. I missed you too, baby. It's good to be back. I hope you're ready, man. We got a long day ahead of us. Long day. It hasn't even been an hour, has it? I've been live for an hour, but it's still, hour of market time. You're about 20 minutes shy of that. Slick charts is very different, bro. The year, it's a new year. It's a new year. That's why I was even tripping out. I was going to the Schwab. I was trying to look at the long term. Oh, are you guys ready for this too? Here, I'll show you. Glue. That one keeps going up again. Myrna. Yeah, so I did raise the deposit by an extra 10%. So now we're at $330 a month. But yeah, I think we actually are at an all-time high today to start out. But yeah, dude, like go to the year-to-date chart. This is your year-to-date chart. It's not. I forgot about that. Yeah, if you want to see last year, you got to go back to 1 year. So yeah, that's what I was saying. All the year-to-date laggers are technically different. I do think starting out this year, that's what I was saying earlier, the Russell, and even right now, NASDAQ is up by a quarter, SPY is about to go negative, and then Dow is down by a quarter, and Russell's down by 0.5, but so far year-to-date, it's been up there. ETF account, oh man, maybe if we get maybe the midterms will provide TEM pop in a little bit, 1.8. If we get an opportunity like we did last year, because I tried to start the ETF account, but then we got blocked by Schwab. But some of you did start it, and I think you guys made like 40% or something, a little crazy. But yeah, if we ever get that opportunity again, I would love to. But if not, I'm just gonna stick to what we've been doing. It's been nice. But yeah, here's the deal. Are you guys ready? Oh, I gotta get the other one back up. Ah! Tell me why. No, yeah, the NASDAQ went 28, but it was down 20 when we tried to buy it. I think it was like a total return of 40 something or 50 if you bought it then. So some people did, so that was a good one. That was the first time that I was like, yeah, I want to start it there. But maybe. I think this year, I always love a new year. But yeah, remember the rebuild, baby. The rebuild of the big account. Remember the big account was the small account? So like, yeah, in like 2-3 months though, this is going to become the big account again. So yeah, but this one's growing up too though. He's going, again, year to date is still a little different. But yeah, so we'll see. And then when is it? We got to get till July for this chart to kind of level out. Oh yeah, fun times. Fun times, baby. Fun times. The pill? Oh, I know. Well, I don't know. I don't know if the pill is the NVO pill. I mean, if it's as effective as the injections, that's going to be big money. But if not, it's still going to be a good auxiliary. But if it ends up actually being like very exciting or very effective, I think people are going to it'll be insane. I've been waiting for that one for a while because, like I'm saying, I mean, we've known about peptides for a while now, and all of this stuff we've talked about it, but it's dude, it's crazy how much more effective a injection is. But if that pill is effective, that's a whole market of people like that. Just I mean, we're American, dog. Everybody in America love popping pills, dog. They're like, it's like Tylenol, but it makes you lose weight. So yeah, man, we'll see. Technically, yes, this is still the He Is Risen rally. Uh-huh. Where did it go? So, I mean, listen, man. Dude, this is why. I don't know if you guys want to go back to members only, but like you made your fucking YouTube account 31 minutes ago. or something. I don't know. But you don't have to act like you're new, man. Just be yourself and you'll be fine. But yeah, we bought a farm with that house. But I do think you kind of Chadley traits. I think you know it's good, dog. I think you know it's good. So yeah, but you don't have to act new, man. It's good. You'll enjoy a nice time this year. Be yourself. Be yourself and have a good time. You don't no need to LARP. That's always good advice I could give you for everybody. Welcome back. Woo! I got your college sister started. LT start. Wait, is it like her college fund or is she in college getting it started? Whatever momentum is, that's going up. Momentous. It's not as effective, but they need it to maintain the weight loss. That makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, because if it could get you fucking reacting like the other one, bro, it would be nuts. But yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I don't know. That could even be a big market there too. Kimberly Clark Kenview second half. I think I don't really know the date. I really don't know the date. That one too. Even Kimberly Clark went down a little bit. Well, yeah, and a lot of people don't like the shots. Shots are kind of crazy, like needles and all that, bro. But like pills, there's America, baby, America. The Maduro photo gave you hope for Nike. I've been seeing a lot. I don't know if it was fake or if it was like AI. Did they put his ass in Fortnite? I saw a clip of Maduro in like a Fortnite skin of Maduro, bro. It actually tripped me out. Oh, you close on a home next week? Oh, amen, baby. Congratulations. That's what I'm talking about. 70% effective. I remember the results weren't too big. It was a couple months ago we got the pill stuff from NVO, but it started making the media rounds. People started talking about it, getting hyped on it, but yeah, I think they might even be able to optimize it and make it better eventually, but I do think the base case, that idea of just maintaining the weight loss, that makes a lot more sense. So instead of this idea, like, I don't know if we could expect it to become the replacement to the shots, but as a supplement, maybe you go on the shots for a couple of months or a year, it does what it needs to do, and then you switch over to the pills to maintain. That makes a lot of sense. So, but we'll find out. But either way, it's definitely a area we've been expecting this for a while, but now that this new segment comes into play, we're gonna see how it plays out. Let's see. PayPal. Well, yeah, I'm not complaining about it. I like some NVO. Again, even Chipotle, bro. Oh, dude, I had it though. Have you had the damn? It's not a what's it called? This is not a sponsored post, but dog, that Chipotle. I don't even want to. I've been eating, bro. You know that? Man, I've been eating. BMY. A little bit active there. But no, dude, no. Well, they Chipotle came out with these like new portion things, like these protein sizes, which I thought they're like cheaper and high protein, were good for them. But no, it's like a Chipotle honey shit, bro. Dog, it's like a sweet honey spice. What is it? Somebody, I know one of you knows. It's like a honey vinaigrette or something, dog. It's insane. I had Chipotle. I thought I would have had more Chipotle, but I had Chipotle once over the break, and I got this thing. And it was a new little Chipotle honey. I need to go. Let me check this thing. Hold on. It was insane. I fell in love with it. You would have thought I would have got it more hot. I think it's hot honey or something like that. No, I'm gonna get you the details. Specific info. It's on my DoorDash. This sounds like a sponsored post. It's not, I promise. No ad. You guys know that? We've never taken ads. Well, you guys have ads on the channel, but yeah. I have not fucking shilled you jack shit for more than half a decade now. Isn't that beautiful? Chipotle honey vinaigrette. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Dog, it's insane. Chipotle honey vinaigrette. Oh, my, yeah, dog. It's nuts. That was my That was a great discovery. I'm very glad. I'm very, very glad. SMX, SEC. Yeah, Intel's, dude, Intel at 9%. So again, the whole play there with Intel is either it gets mentioned at CES at the Foundry event later today, and then if it doesn't, it's just gonna probably give up all of it. And then, even if it does get mentioned, it's already up 9%. I don't know if it's gonna keep driving it up there. And then again, people are getting hyped on the memory stuff, the Micron, SanDisk, all of that. That's also part of it too. Someone just said Chipotle honey pack. Oh, Chad, you guys are wild. That's pretty funny though. You haven't tried. I know. I only had Chipotle once, but Chipotle's a long-term play now. But yeah, they did recover. I think we're only down like a couple percent on it now, like 2%. I mean, at one point it dropped down like 30 or something last year after we bought it. So some of you took the second buy, or some of you, which is a very good move in my opinion, I think. But yeah, that's one I hope we could get back to growth. But they're still going to struggle a little. That's why this whole like 2026, whether it's tax breaks, consumer, you name it, if some things don't come back, then yeah, that's it. That's nice. You could have 2 farms if you did advertise. Hey man, the Lord is good. God has blessed us regardless, baby. And with what is it? What was the thing with it? We got a code of honor in here. That's what we were talking about before we left. Was it Tyler who brought that up? I like it, man. You got an honor code, man. That's it. I sleep very, very well at night. But you know that. I mean, shit. You guys want me to start? Hey, get in the prediction market. But I don't know, man. I just don't destroy your fucking life, Chad. That's again, it's that was the sad part of last year, because like we did awesome on the long term, the short term. There was a lot of fun things, and it was great. But I just again like these hot money things start moving around, bro. It was just sad to see. I saw some people really get, they bit the apple and they decided to, fuck it. I'm going to try to chase it. Go for the big one. Go to use the long term for one big trade. And then it just didn't really work out. And it left people behind. And it took us going on 6 years now to build up, because again, the small long term, bro. If you got, $300 a month, if you're making $30,000 a year, in a couple of years, you could build. Oh, I haven't even logged into Cult Sister, actually. Couple of years, this is you have more than your yearly salary. To some people, they didn't think that was possible. But, it's like when it's all said and done, it's like it takes a while, but this is how you're going to grow money. This is how you're going to grow wealth. It's the real wealth, and real wealth that's going to help. It goes in cycles every couple of years. And if you're starting with nothing, you got to build it up, and then you're going to build off of that, get the foundation. You're going to add some rooms. You're going to add a couple of stories, and then you get to do it all, right? But it's just like you do got to, it takes time, but like it's just so easy to uproot your money tree and go from, you could spend years building up if you had not that much, and you build up 30, 40,000. That may be a lot. It may not be a lot to you. It all depends. But again, I think it's a lot of money regardless. And it's like, dude, you could destroy that very, very quickly in this effort of chasing it. But then it's like, if you keep that, that's your entry ticket now to the 6 figures. And then if you avoid stupid in the 6 figures, welcome to the 7-figure club. You play your cards right with the real estate, all that other stuff, man. It's going to work out very well. It just takes time. And I have noticed though, a lot of people, they don't like the time right now, or again, you see how the world plays, the inflation, everybody's the next best thing, the next thing, all again. And that's the beauty of it. We talked about it a lot last year, is that you guys got to experience all this. We got to do all of this together. We got to go through some of the most wildest times, but you got to see the FOMO. You got to see the NFTs, the GameStops, the trends, the EV, last year, critical minerals, all of it, and you got to see what remains and what doesn't. And you saw how it chopped people up. So, some people got really lucky. Some people kept it after being lucky. Some people didn't keep it. And, this is how this game works. You're going to get an opportunity. This year, we are going to get an opportunity. There's going to be some craziness. Damn, 52-week high on Intel. Welcome back, baby. And yeah, you are going to get your shot, but like I'm saying here, it's just you got to be wise about it, and if you play your cards right, avoid stupid, go through the cycles, you're going to do very, very well. So, but then that was the sad part, because I just but you always see it happen. But that's why I know, though. I know what I got to contribute to, both good and bad, but that's why I don't, nowadays, man, you're going to look around. You're going to see a lot of influences to try to get you to part with your money and chase the quick cash, chase the bubble. But if you, like I'm saying, man, if you've sat here and you've seen it, dude, it's like, bro, there's always going to be an opportunity. You're going to watch this year. You're going to get away. I'm already looking for it. We'll see what it is. You position right. A small amount of money could go a really long way. Intel. I still have Intel options from last year. I bought those 2-year out options. They were dirt cheap. And then even on the long term, you got a great gain. We got to put all into it. So, yeah, man, it's a beautiful thing. So you could take risk, and I think if you're young, you should, but you got to do it the right way. You got to be wise about it. Use the opportunities to your advantage, and like I'm saying, just avoid stupid, stay alive, and you're gonna be very well. And I wouldn't get too concerned with the slowness. I would be concerned with efficacy and being effective. Again, this is all stuff that we really highlighted last year. Remember I was going real aggro on making sure y'all got this and getting this down, because I thought it was important, and it is, and it will continue to be important. What the fuck is that? Ooh. Happy New Year's. I know it's good. Yes, the X-axis, for real, man. That's why you focus on that time and put yourself in that position. You're going to be great. And I mean, last year you got to see it, both X-axis taking advantage of the opportunities, how the info was presented, the emotions. But then again, like we were real early on all of the bubble shit last year. So yeah, that went a very, very long way, and that's why but you didn't have to go crazy. I think my quantum video, I made it December of last year, or of 2024, and some of you positioned just a couple of bucks, and that's what I'm saying, dude. Like I think every $10 on the leverage of Intel, it turned into a couple thousand, and then even then 80 or 70% on the long term, and then we stacked up and just threw all of it in there, and then not to mention all the other random little plays as it started to heat up. Well, again, we've talked about the bubble, and like I'm saying, you'll be able to take your risk and get it, and you don't have to take a massive risk, right? If you're prepared, you're early, a small amount of money will turn into a large amount. But if you're going to be late to it, not pay attention, and only pay attention once it gets advertised, influenced, and then you start seeing everybody hitting, and then you're like, I'm going to go big with it at a later time and then expose yourself more, that's how it usually backfires and hurts you. That's what we've noticed. That's what we saw. And even, last year was a real textbook example of that. Being boring is really undervalued. And stability. Didn't Uncle say that? He said, I'll be balling off boring. Amen. Amen. Intel, cheapest house in the nicest neighborhood. Amen. I'm telling you, real estate, man. It's slow. It's not like you're not getting the same flips that you were doing. Houses sit forever. But I would, we'll see how 2026 plays out. Again, this consumer stuff, the taxes, real estate starts to pick up in the next couple weeks. Really kind of February or really March till the summer. But yeah, we'll see how that starts to affect people even with the rates. But this is the last 8-9 months of real estate. This has been it's so easy to find deals. But then again, you're not able to sell them in the same way, right? Remember, it was hard to find a real estate deal when you listed a house, you were selling it in a fucking week. You were getting above asking, the expected price, you had margin, all of that. Now that's changed. That's slowed down. The prices are lower, stabilized. You're not able to sell, buy it, sell it for 30% next year or the same year. You're not doing none of that stuff people were doing with all that craziness. But it's now, in the same respect, how it affects how hard it is to sell a home and how much you're going to get. that's impacted how easy it is to buy. It's not easy in terms of houses being lower priced, but if you do find, off markets and certain, distressed deals, you are finding motivated people now because there's a reason to be motivated. Does that make sense? You have a reason to be motivated. Why? Because if you went to go list your property right now, it's not going to sell right away. So if you could offer certain types of deals, that's where it's there. So if you hunt, I mean, you're going to take in this uncomfortable moment of not being able to know I could buy it and flip it right away. That's what's creating that opportunity to find certain homes. But that's what I've been saying too. Those of you buying a house to live in, your first single family for you and your family, just make sure you're getting a good deal. And you can negotiate. Some of you have said, some areas still do have bidding wars. It's not, what I'm saying is not nationwide. It's definitely dependent on where you are. But yeah, definitely you save a 5-10%, a little more on the home you're going to live in, or get a lower rate. Those could go a long way. And then as the real estate market develops, we'll see. But remember, it's been, I guess, 5 years since the last, it's insane. 5 years since, remember 2021, people thought that was where it's going to top out. And it kind of did. It went up a little bit, but remember, prices have still been elevated. And at the very least, value, unless you overpaid, value held and increased very nicely, or at least gradually, in real estate. Oh, cash. Crude inventories minus 3.8 million barrels. Estimate was minus 1 million. All right. What time is it? 7:30. Oh, is Caroline Levitt going to be live? What the fuck is this? Is there? I don't even know what this is. I didn't know she was going to be live. Well, I need my first bathroom break of the year. Amazing. So, Chattadonia, God bless you. God bless America. I hope you're feeling good. But I'm going to go to the restroom. I don't know. Do you guys want propaganda? You guys had a lot of propaganda while I was gone. So, I don't know if that helped or not. Let's see. It's your boy. Where is it? Isn't Tim Walz? Aren't they going to have the Senate hearing with your boy? I'm in a car. Hesta Nanalad. Who that, baby? Yeah, I thought there was going to be an oversight. Was that old? I can't tell if this is old or not.
They also described that supervisors asked them questions about their families.
I don't know if this one's old or not.
To them, felt like a threat. One example was, we need to know where your kids go to school and where their bus stops are. I will also note that whistleblowers we spoke to described many times that DHS used surveillance programs to surveil employees.
Okay, it's boring. Let's see.
Broadening out is the word term that people use, right? It depends on where that.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter.
It may still come from tech in terms of contribution, in which case, the valuations are super high, but if earnings catch up, investors might actually be happy about it. We really need the earnings characteristics underneath that S&P 500 index to diversify. And that is the thing that we're hoping to see. I think a lot of people are expecting that, but we'll see. I still don't think we've seen the economy actually absorb the impact of the tariffs. I think last year we were just kind of swimming on the surface. I think this year we're actually going to start seeing some of those impacts.
Yeah, and it could happen as early as Friday if the Supreme Court does publish its ruling against President Trump's reciprocal tariffs. I also want to get your take on energy companies and the oil services companies in light of what we've seen in Venezuela over the past weekend. We've certainly have seen emerging markets, Venezuelan bonds and the bonds of the oil company there surge. But is it a good time right now to get into those oil companies in the U.S., or is it still too early because we're waiting for things to settle down?
I think it's still too early. I think what we've seen in the last few days is a reaction to the news, right? But if we've gotten used to anything from this administration, you get news every day. I mean, just today and last night we've been getting news. So I think it's too early. And frankly, it doesn't take a day or two to dig oil, right? I mean, it takes a long time to build infrastructure. You can't go from under 1 million barrels to 3 million barrels. It just doesn't happen overnight. So I think this is a wait and see. And you also have to remember the social structure and the government in Venezuela is still unstable. Even though we say that there are all these agreements, I think it's wise to have a wait and see approach to see how this actually pans out from the negotiation perspective and frankly from the government perspective in Venezuela.
Anna, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Anna Rothman, she is Chief Executive Officer at Grenadier Advisory in Cleveland, Ohio. And looking at, I'm kind of, you look at the WTI crude oil, you look at Brent, they're off a little bit here today. I would have thought maybe geopolitical tensions, they kind of rise, but then you could also make the argument if they're going to crank out some production in Venezuela, which doesn't seem anytime soon, but that just goes to the oversupply concerns that are in the marketplace. I
mean,
guess.
Those are a lot of ifs. And bottom line right now is there's plenty of supply in the markets. And that's a reason why oil prices, whether it's WTI or Brent, have been hovering at around 5-year lows. And people are saying at least for now, the story is still fairly bearish.
I think so. That's kind of what we understand. When you think about the supply and demand, oversupply versus demand, it seems to be the story here in global crude oil. S&P pretty much unchanged here on the morning. The Dow off 200. The NASDAQ up 80 points. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Ba-ba-da-ba-da-bam. Oh, Chatadunia. Alrighty. How you living? How are you living? Data dog. Data kelb, habibi. I know a lot of people right away talking about the oil companies and how do we make money off this? I think it's too early in some senses, but as far as oil companies, but I will tell you this. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but people are like, I'm going to buy real estate in Venezuela. It's so cheap. I'm now an imperialist. I wouldn't do that. That's not. So, yeah, maybe it will be an opportunity down the line, but I do think a lot of people are premature and some people are going to get scammed. But, yeah, I hope you, for your first property, I would not, maybe your second property too. I wouldn't be looking at Venezuela beachfront. Not quite yet. But again, I usually don't do foreign real estate. I mean, usually for the reason that just real estate's very different from all over. Wow. They doubt resurrection, but they never doubt resuscitation. Oh, man. Welcome back. Praise God. Good morning, baby. I mean, we're really right at open, man. The Dow is down by 0.4. SPY's only up by 0.07. NASDAQ up 0.4. Russell down by 0.5. Again, that was leading the way, but not like it's going crazy. Is that the space stocks? AST Intel went crazy and then chilled out. Again, NVO, Eli Lilly, they got excited in here too. P-Lanter, that's actually running. Oh, it's the other one. Lunar, ASTS, and then there's another one. But yeah, the space stocks are starting to wake up a little bit. All right, man. You had a wild... I had a crazy dream last night, too. It was weird. There was it was like an alien dream. And it was a trip, bro. I think I was just excited for the first day of school. That's what I was like, oh my gosh, we're going to start the stream. I said, I got to plan my outfit out. I got to plan my first stream of the year outfit. You know, I felt like the first day of school, man. I said, oh my God. No? Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, just me. I was like, what am I going to say? I typed out a whole speech. Said, people, welcome back. It's a new year. No. But nah, I guess. But then, it flowed. It flowed. Good to be back, baby. Good to be back. Yeah, I watched the critical mineral plays. LAR just started moving up. I had old options on that. It sucks because they had a lot of time when I bought them, but now it's fucking 2026 already. So yeah, here we are. Regal, damn, that's already up 11. Did they have something this morning? I don't know if there's news on it, or they might be reacting to some of the just Eli Lilly stuff that we already got this morning. A lot of those are active. Wait, why do I have 3 of these? Oh, I guess I did have this open already. Nice. Yeah, Spy just got a candle. Hot dog. China asks tech companies to halt NVIDIA chip orders. Well. Is that our first China headline of the year? So I still be careful with all of these, though. I don't think anything's going to be like crazy market moving. Remember, there was big export controls or headlines there this morning. So watch out for that. And then Baidu, again, see if anything, Baidu might go up. Remember, they're going up because of they're spinning off an AI chip unit. Oh, yeah, autos, too, are going to be showing up at the thing. But, yeah, NVIDIA H200 news. I don't think they're mad that they arrested Maduro. I think they're mad that the fucking... Dude, what do you mean Chinese technology in Russia anti-aircraft? I think that's the most offensive part about it. Yeah, okay, maybe take a look. Baidu's running off of that. I actually have a play. Remember we talked about Baidu before I left. I'm still in that one. I believe they're about to go in the money. But yeah, so we still got one of those. I'll just ride that one out. But yeah, Baidu that's part of this whole chip thing and their spinoff. It should be coming soon, but there was a headline this morning too. That headline's from the information. Like I'm saying, I don't think that was a pretty big candle, but I wouldn't get too jumpy on anything really today. Even this whole week, I don't think it's going to be that crazy. And then ASTS, again, the space stocks again. Space stocks and then Qubits and Rigetti. Welcome back. Yeah, Baidu is moving on that. It was a few weeks. I said it this morning. I'm not going to... This year for Christmas, I'm not going to take off that long. I think that was way too long. That was, I got to do a lot, but that was way too long, man. I missed y'all too, bro. Missed y'all too. Pizza. Happy Vi. Crypto's even moving up here a little too, or at least some of them. Some of the minor stocks, you're literally back to open. SPY went red for a second. Officials may mandate domestic AI chip purchases with NVIDIA orders. Oh, that's why Baidu's going up. So if you want to buy NVIDIA, you have to buy something domestic. Pending decision on chip import conditions. I mean, shit, watch gold and silver too. Again, export control, and then Japan in a weird way. You could watch the yen on some of this news. Because again, that was Japan was pissed off what China did. China was like pretty much tying in a lot of export controls, even if it wasn't non-military. They were pretty much saying it was, and they're gonna you need approval on almost everything now. And then Japan still imports like 60% of shit from China, so they were a little bit bothered by that. I do have Nike in the long term. I think again after the earnings and that drop, I like them. Again, I think 57. That was the price we talked about last year, and it hit it briefly and then kind of bounced. But keep your eyes on them next couple of months here. But I do like it there. You got your first house, baby. 5 years ago, you're set to go. Amen, baby. Welcome to the next cycle. That's it, man. Hold on to it. Keep growing, man. And then that's it. And then it's going to stack and run. Then, man, well, wait till you see what compounding does for you, my brother. It's a very exciting thing. So I love it, man. I love it. Congratulations. Yeah, LAR and LAC are moving up. It's good to be back. Feel good to be home. Where's the other one? Let me check these. Yeah, bro, it's kind of nuts. Like, literally, some of these, dude, it's crazy. A year went by. Like, actually. That's what I'm saying. Some of these plays, they were expiring in, February 2026. Seemed like so long. But now that's like in a month. Just kind of nuts. Video, yeah, Baidu, they already faded it all, man. Welcome. We're the reaction function. So I do think that policy news, like more export controls, obviously, like company buyouts, all of that, that's going to be important. But other than that, it's not. Pretty much end of this week, we're going to see how things get a little more excited. You'll get more liquidity, more people back. Again, their CES is kind of important, but we're going to find out. But yeah, it is still going to be a little bit slower. So you are still the reaction function. Again, there's a lot of prediction markets and a lot of what other story? Yeah, there was a lot of, I didn't even really. There was 1 week I just didn't look at anything, and then the Venezuela stuff happened. But that was just really recently. Wash your hands. Flu season in school. Oh man. Yeah, wasn't there? Actually, my girl got sick over the break. I said, don't get me sick. I'm surprised. I was good. I just missed my schedule. That's it. My gym schedule got messed up. My waking up schedule got messed up. But other than that, man, it's good. It's good. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's good. I think I responded to that. We'll get you set up with that, bro. That was good to see you. Good to see you. I tried to respond to as many as possible. I had a lot of emails when I got back. Because, like I said, I didn't even check them for, like, at least a week at one point. But I tried my best. And, yeah, just be safe out there. Be wise. I have something. I don't know if Phenom's here. I got something for you, Phenom. And then, yeah, there was a couple of house deals you guys sent. One of them was concerning. Like, be careful of foundation issues. I'm not a fan of those. And then... yeah, if you need to get a house, just be wise too. And I do hope you guys have been listening though. Again, last year, I'm still not trying to, I'm not trying to babysit. I'm not going to be the guy you use. Like Adam and Eve, like Adam, he never ate the apple himself, or like he never like picked it off the tree. He never gave it to someone, but he was still held responsible. So you can't, I hope you don't, try to, confirm my idea, or I'm going to wait till someone tell me so I could, educate the blame. And no, it's like, I want to make sure you guys, last year, we focused a lot on action and making sure that you are, like straight up, just make sure that you are using what don't negotiate and actually act on it. Because like I'm saying, a lot of the real estate stuff too, and everything with the long term, the answer, baby. So I'm not getting away from that, but I'm gonna try to help out the best I can, give you guys good info. But you do got to use it, and you should know this game, especially if you got some time under your belt. And that's the best way to learn, and that's the best way to really walk in it and grow, is knowing the truth and acting in it. And you're going to get more confident as you continue to do that. An age of house to avoid? No, it's just if it's historic. Because if it's historic, they limit, you're going to have to work around. But the older the house, like, it does really factor into it. You're going to have to look at, like, plumbing, electrical, when the roof, when all that was done. And then just the layout as well. Because sometimes these houses, like, even up to, like, the 60s, like, it was common for houses to only have one bathroom. And, like, nowadays, that's a weird layout. So that affects the resale. Or you might have to get into a really deep restoration to make it more modernized and appealable if you're going to try to flip it. Email, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I mean, shit, you could ask me in here. You're here right now, man. Yeah, your 1954 house is a 2x1. I know it's very interesting because back in the day they loved that. That's so kind of crazy to think about. Like you had 2-3 bedrooms and there would be like one bathroom in the middle of the house that everybody used. That was like luxurious. But yeah, now it's a little different. If you're starting with 1,000 for the long term, what would you invest in? A good value name right now. Maybe a Nike. Again, I still like Tap. We bought it a little lower. If you haven't, check out the Trading Fraternity. Go to youtube.com/the Trading Fraternity. I only did like 10 videos last year or something, and you could see exactly what we did. But that concept is still very, very strong. It's gonna change a little bit, and I'm gonna be here for you, and you'll see what my first pick will be, and you can go from there. But like I'm telling you, $1,000. I would make sure you could find an amount you could keep adding to, do it month by month, and let it grow. And you space it out, bro. It's going to turn into something. But unfortunately, I don't have any quick cash to offer you because that's just not the long term. But, the quick cash is going to come if we could get really solid info and get it early and confirm it before everybody. And it's not going to necessarily be like get in, get out. But last year we picked up on the critical mineral stuff extremely early. We picked up on the quantum stuff really early. Like those will be those opportunities, but don't get distracted. Don't get blinded focusing on that. I would focus, find an anchor for your long-term, high quality, something you could build around, and little by little, baby, it'll be amazing. But yeah, I'm still going to be covering and documenting all of that. We have 2 accounts, or 3 technically. We got Colt Sister. But yeah, I am, we're going to be building that. And as we go through that, I'll give you updates and you'll see what I do. Because the account I'm using, it's $330 a month. So that's assuming you made 36 grand a year and saved 10%. So not bad. Finished constructions. 6, was that like a remodel or did you add a bathroom? Yeah. Because adding a bathroom, it just depends. Like you could get stuff done pretty cheap nowadays, or at least the materials don't. Labor actually came down too, but then like I don't know if you have to get it permitted, and then if you want to add a bathroom to like resell it, you're gonna have to get it permitted. You're in a 3x1 in a furnished attic. What city or like what state? Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they're trippy, dude. They're trippy. But then again, if you add in like in areas like that, if you do get like another bathroom, your house instantly becomes way more desirable for people. Because if they start shopping and all they see is 3x1s, then that's it. Yeah, I like MO, but I hope y'all listen to me. I don't like MO when it's up a lot. I've always said that, and that saved you a lot of damn money last year. Because, again, a lot of people really wanted MO in the 60s. Even end of the year, they were getting excited near 70. But, that is exactly what I was trying to explain to some people, where it's like you buy some of these dividend stocks when they're too high and they're, like, up a lot. You could lose, a year or 2 of dividends just in equity. And, like, you don't want to play that game and let the money kind of sit there and be like dead money. So it's kind of came back. It's still a little bit higher than 2025, which is crazy. But, our last purchase was at $39 on MO. So I would probably want it below 50 if I was going to start adding to it again. I like General Mills. Yeah, we talked about that a couple of times. The one that I really want to see, we're going to give it some time. Again, and ended last year. Remember, we talked about a lot of different names, you guys. So don't forget those. Like I'm saying, if I ever go through some of these and this theme for 2026 and what we're going to be going over, don't get it twisted, man. There's a lot of opportunities out there. We ended the year with like 200 of them. So you're going to have a lot out there, but it's just like, yeah, there's certain industries and specific themes that we're going to be watching for. And one of them, UNH, because this is what I was telling you. Remember as it happened, some of you guys were just like arguing and fighting. No, it's going to bounce. The They told me everybody talking about it. And it's like, just this one was like healthcare. We like some of the healthcare. I like the ones that were better value. I think, again, CNC, that was the one I ended up doing the options instead of, when it hit that low price. And that one actually recovered quite nice. But it's just like UNH is probably the highest quality one. We talked about the value, but remember this whole like concept of not moving until it, if it becomes kind of like dead money. We've done that with Pfizer. You've done it with Intel, for crying out loud. So it's just like some of these could be good names, but if you buy them too high, or it's like it's still kind of going through a adjustment period, you don't like even how Bitcoin played out. Think about it. 2025, Bitcoin didn't do anything. Bitcoin went down while gold and silver went up 80%. Everything ran. So it's like you won't necessarily lose. It's not like you may not lose money, but you're going to lose that opportunity. And we just want to maximize our opportunity this year. So it's finding those out. But that's why I do like UNH, and I want to see if how it develops this year. Because remember, that's a good company, good quality. They're going through a lot. I don't think we've heard yet about the investigation. So we'll find out. But it's just like, some of these names, and depending on their quality, again, even like MO. That's why I'm saying this. We want to see if they're either they have to be good prices or a good opportunity where you don't, I think what last year showed is that you don't want to be you don't want to be in the thing that does nothing. I mean, that's better than losing money, don't get it twisted, but sometimes like there's stuff that's really hyped up and it seems like it's really good, but then it's like if it just stays while the market really inflates in other areas and there was like really good pickups, it's really frustrating. So we're going to try to avoid that. But then again, focus on quality. That is still, I would say, the number one objective above all else, quality, and then a good price. And then a good price and good quality. Woo! M.O. Divvy, what up? Ernest, how you doing, baby? How you doing? When Dems come into power, possibly the midterms. Yeah, again, I was thinking like end of this year. That was the timeline, early 27. That was kind of where, remember I said it was going to probably be like 2 years. So you burned a year. That's what I'm saying. If you avoided it last year, that's what I'm saying. You didn't have to sit on dead money. I mean, if you bought the very bottom, you got to make a good amount, but I don't think that many people did. I know a lot of people got in at like, I think 470. I remember having a lot of there was this first drop and then the second drop, and then people started to chill out a little bit, but then it's like it just stopped moving after that. So we want to give it a little bit. Oh yeah, I forgot. Fucking Buffett fucked up a lot of them. Yeah, bro. This guy. Press briefing. I forgot about that. Will 25% margin loan, will it affect the first home buyer loan? I don't think so. Like if you're saying if you took a portfolio loan and then you wanted to get a first time buyer loan, but then if you buy a house with a portfolio loan, I mean, you're not going to be a first time buyer. You could get a FHA whenever you want. And then just if you don't know, a lot of banks do, like if you could qualify for a conventional loan, a lot of 5% mortgages are out there. Yeah, I really like Procter & Gamble. I do want it at a better yield, and I picked up other stuff, but that one's a great anchor. Honestly, like you don't have to wait for, if I didn't have my portfolio built out like so well and had all, I already have a bunch of anchors, I would be eyeing PG very, very well. I still think it could drop a little bit more, but this is a great definition of just, it's high quality, not going anywhere. It's a fair price, lowest in a couple of years. It could still go down a little bit more. That's why I'm being a little bit more, judicial about it, but I would still, I think you could build around this one and call it a day. Yeah, Kimberly Clark too. I kept seeing Kimberly Clark, man, over the break. I just would go to bathrooms and it would say Kimberly Clark professional. I saw a lot of Kimberly. Oh wait, I thought it went to 80. Am I tripping? Or that was his biggest drop since 1987. But yeah, Kimberly Clark did. They are lower. That one is there too. I think PG is a better portfolio, but they're not as bad. Yeah, Pepsi even started to come down too. But yeah, I wouldn't do a portfolio loan to buy a house. I saw a post. One of you guys tagged me in it. I think it was DJ Vlad. I don't know if you know the guy who like interviews people. He was like, I loaned against my stocks and I paid and then I bought a house or something. But just, yeah, I wouldn't do that. Why am I so wise? Fear of the Lord is the foundation of knowledge and wisdom, my brother. So that's the best answer I could give you. I ain't that wise. They just shady. That's simple. I'm telling you, dog. That goes for all of you. And I really hope y'all realize it. You'll get a lot of wisdom in this life, and then with money, and it'll reflect in your bank account. The sooner you realize this, you don't have to be that wise. You don't have to be spectacular. None of that shit. It's just focus on the simple, avoid the stupid, and you'll realize too, man, a lot of stuff out there, and people offering you products. Here, loan your money to buy a house, do all this stuff. It's not. You don't gotta be wise, man. You just gotta avoid the little snakes and the traps, and realize, there's all these things to pull you away from your money. And if you are judicial about that, you're going to be great. But, you don't got to be a genius. You just got to avoid stupidity. That'll make you a lot of money, and it'll give you a lot of peace in this life. But, yeah, the fear of the Lord. Amen. If you started options today, what would be some key considerations? Don't. So listen, I love options. I literally, man, I just hit a 2,000%er. It's great, but just remember, I will tell you now, your life will never be the same, for better or for worse. I would say options is like marrying the wrong girl. Or it's like marriage, honestly, because it's either you marry the right girl or you marry the wrong one. If you respect options, man, and you treat it the right way, you use it to supplement, you are very strict with your balance, and you don't go out of bounds, don't cheat, because you can't cheat. That's the thing. I think a lot of people get into options to try to cheat. You can't cheat. It's going to play its role, and you got to be very faithful to your long term. And if you keep that there, you're going to do good. But it's like if not, and you let it go out of bounds, you don't have discipline of your budget, your balance, and you treat it more like it's the main course, and you're not faithful to the long term, and you're going all crazy with it, you could lose a lot of money very, very quickly. So go to the trading fraternity. I have some of the earliest tutorials out there, man. There's some really, really good ones. But at the end of the day, I would just consider your budget balance and how you're going to use it. What is your goal? Any financial. You trying to buy a house, bro? You trying to get into the long term, start a company, buy a company, get into options? What's your goal, right? And you got to figure out your goal and really focus on that. And like I'm saying, I do think the goal of options should be to supplement. The rule that I gave everybody last year, 10% of your 10%. So right now you should have a long term. And that's something I'll tell you right now. There's no excuse to this. You should not start trading options if you do not have a long term. It's one of the dumbest things you could do. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it really is. Ask anybody, and listen, the people who aren't here, they probably didn't take this advice. And they had a good starting amount at a good time with good prices, bro. And they fumbled that opportunity by chasing with options. You need a long term. I don't care how big it is. Remember, we started this with $300. Where is it? So look, this is what I would show people all the time. Boeing's moving up right now. But look, 2019. So 1 share, 2 share, 3 share, 1 share, 2 share, 3 share. Sound like a damn Dr. Seuss book. Very small, bro. It started with $200 a month. And then we raised the deposit. Very, very small. But you need this. Because if you start this out and you're going to learn about the market, you're going to see a lot. But then that way you get onto a strict discipline of saving 10% of your money. And then you set it aside, and now you're going to grow it. Even if you fuck up and do it at the smallest, you could wind up with a down payment in a couple of years. That's the idea, right? So that's what you really, really want to focus on. So if you could do that, then we start doing options to supplement. then you if you're saving 10%, the way options will not, hurt you is if you use 10% of your 10%. So that way, if you're saving $300 a month, it sucks because then that means you could do $30 a month gambling. I like options. I'm pretty good at it, and I know the ins and outs. I know that the market will go up and you'll still lose. Man, there's amazing things, but yeah, man, it's still, you got to be small with it, because that's what I'm saying. If you do it the right way, again, even how we've hit some of the little bubbles, small amounts. Again, I had $30 Intel plays worth a couple of grand. Again, even some of those CNCs. So you could go a long, long way with a small amount. But this is all about discipline. All this is about is that if you could, that way, no matter even if you fuck up every single option trade, you're not going to blow up your long term. You're still going to have money, still taking advantage of the market. And then, too, you're not going to be left off worse than where you started. And that's where it starts to get advantageous. And then you could really learn from your mistakes, grow a strategy, and, you'll be good to go. So that's the best advice to start, I would say. Definitely a budget, a discipline, and a long-term first. This is approaching it the right way. And if you do it that way, I'm not telling you not to take risk, but I am telling you to manage it. You know what I'm saying? You manage it. You don't treat it like gambling. Even if it's always going to be gambling with options, but you could let it supplement what you're doing. But if you try to, make it, try to cheat the game, get success, get big money before, again, and you can get lucky. You could sometimes getting lucky is the worst thing that could happen to you too early, because then you're gonna be like, oh my God, I'll do this forever, and then I'm gonna do this, and then we've seen a lot of ups and downs. Everybody has. So just keep this in mind, and I think you'll be good. I mean, I'm always down. You'll see the info that we have here, but really, I've seen thousands of people change their life with that long term, bro, and how they've parlayed it and just hung on, and it's been a wild 5 or 6 years, but difficult at that. But I've seen people grow, man, so amazing. Like I'm saying, it's very good, and we do got a nice proven plan to move on up, and I think I could make a millionaire out of people working any job. When we made this small long term, $300, $200 a month, I said, you could work at McDonald's, I could make you a millionaire. Again, it's not going to be quick, but it's definitely a way out, and you could definitely do it. And then right opportunity, right bubble scenarios mixed in with the small amount. I've always loved small amounts into big amounts. That's going to present itself for you. So just got to balance it out. I hope you do good, and like I'm saying, just don't. It'll either be one of the best or worst experiences as you really start to move into it. So good luck, and may God be with you. I wouldn't say covered calls is gambling, but you, again, know your goal and what you're doing. Covered calls may come back. Maybe middle of the year we'll talk about covered calls, just because it'll depend on what happens with rate cuts. Because now that rates are going down, maybe the yields might be offering that. So yeah, that's what you got to be looking at. But yeah, for now, most of the time though, as of the last couple of years, it just didn't make sense, because you were getting more money on cash sitting and holding than any sort of yield or covered call opportunity. You're just looking for luck. Hey, man, hats off to you. At least you're fucking honest. You know that's going to save your damn life, and you'll probably get more lucky. I'm telling you, bro. You have no idea how many people be playing with that, bro. They be lying, looking at the mirror, lying. So that's what I'm saying. I'd build your long term, because then that way you could be patient and wait for the lucky to happen. But then you got to do it in the right amount of money. That's what I'm saying. If you do 10% of your 10%, grow the long term, and wait for one of these bubbles and, match it up. Stay tuned, because, again, we are going to have a lot of info this year, God willing. If it plays out like last year, you just position early at the right time, that small amount, you'll get lucky, bro. But that's what I'm saying. Make yourself attract luck. You can attract luck. They stopped calling me lucky, but a lot of people used to call me lucky all the time. But when it's all said and done, you can attract luck. I really do believe in that, and it's attracted to those who preserve, protect the money and the desire to succeed before the opportunity. That'll get you there. That's what I'm saying. Set yourself up, start growing, making money in the long term. Let that build the confidence. Set up a separate trading account. Put 10% of the 10%. And let that sit there and wait till the opportunity comes your way. You'll be ready to strike and then operate within the framework. Don't go too crazy, man. And don't let it become a cancer to your account. And then you'll be able to strike and do it, bro. So I do believe in that. And if you could be straightforward with your goal and intention, it's going to go a long way. So yeah, man, let's get it, baby. And good luck. Can the long term be used to pay credit card debt to open more money to deposit? I would try not to. That's something, again, we talked about yesterday, last year. I wouldn't really do that too often. I would try to avoid almost everything to sell the long term. You must exhaust every opportunity of increasing your income and doing all these other things before tapping that long term, because I think the long term should be for your house, and you really want that as a parachute in case of a real emergency. So just don't play with that. As long as you don't play with that, I think you'll be good. But I've seen it over the last couple years. A lot of people, you got this big money, you got it there, and it's just sitting there, and you're like, oh, and then things come up. It's very easy to look to the long term first. You should be looking to the long term last. Again, if it's a house, if it's for another investment that's equal and greater value and is gonna grow, you know what I'm saying? That's what you got to do, man, and it really, really goes a long way. So, but last, not first. You don't want to look to the long term for whatever it is. High yield APY accounts. I mean, things are changing now with rates, so that's why it's like it does. We'll see where the rates really settle, and that's going to really determine that. But for now, you're still getting a decent amount in cash. I mean, higher than most of the other times. When we started even the long-term streaming, I mean, most of my, wealth building career, I guess QT, post-Q or QT, QE, rates were at zero. So you were never getting money on your cash just sitting there. So that's where high yields and CDs and all those came into play. But even though the rates, at one point, bro, and then you go look at what was in the market that you could have bought, whenever SMX is, that one's been running all day actually, and MP. But it's like you could have got, and Bloom Energy now, like minerals and energy, yeah, press briefing's going to come on. But it's like we were getting 6% on cash. But it's like, now it's down to what, 3? What is it on Fidelity? Let's check. But it's kind of crazy how much lower it is. But then again, too, if you're really like actually balancing your budget, you're really sticking and honest with your plan about the long term, and you're setting aside money that you're really not going to touch for 10 years. I would look to dividend stocks. I'm a big fan of dividend stocks. We had a night before we turned it to the house. I mean, even then, even on the small long term, that's the best opportunity, I would say. If you're really looking for yield, you get these very good value plays, very good quality, high quality companies paying a solid yield with a discount in their equity price, man. That's way better than any high yield savings account or any sort of covered call, or you know what I'm saying? Because then you could look at MO at the right place, right time. We're getting paid 10%. I mean, again, even our AbiVi, for crying out loud, that pays us out like 6%, I believe, and the stock went up 100-something% from where we got it, a little bit more. So I would go for dividend stocks, but you have to position yourself accordingly. AKA, don't overpay for your dividend stocks. Make sure it's a good deal, but then also, like, it has to be money you're not going to touch for a long time. Because if you need that money in a year or two and you put it in equities and it fluctuates and does all that, that's not going to be a good time. But if it's really locked away, you hide it from yourself, I think that's a great way to generate yield as well as get a little bit of a back-end reward. Because again, that's what people, I mean, essentially did with bonds. You know, I own bonds that yield at like 5s and 6s. I could sell them now and make them a little bit money on the, not only on what they offer, but like the face value. So it's, again, but nothing will be equities when it comes to that. Yeah, what is it? Yeah, 3.4. So that's their current rate right now. So that's what I'm saying. It's like if your high yield savings account isn't paying above 3.4, I mean, you could literally just keep this shit in Fidelity or wherever you're again, that's why I like Fidelity when we moved, because of how they did it. But it's like this, all the cash sitting there is just paying 3.4. So that's not 6, but it's not bad. But then that's why it's like, you know, there's a lot of good dividend names that are yielding above 4 right now. And I'd rather take that, because you guys seen it. You've already watched me do several years, you know, not touching this unless it was for a house, even the other one. But you know, we've never touched the small long term, which is now big, but our yield, our portfolio is yielding a little bit higher than that. And it's just like, I'm not going to move the money. So getting high quality, making a good decision and not get clobbered on the equity and put yourself in a position to gain, as well as get the dividend. Oh, I love it. And then, yeah. And this is why, because again, we got the equity on these dividends, and this was the thing that I was excited for, baby. So look at this. This is the small long term. So like I told you guys, we're up to $330 a month. Or last year it was at $300. Year before that, $270, and then $260, $240. Again, we started at $200 a month. You guys know that, right? So technically, from where we started, our dividends now on this portfolio, it gives us 3 months. At the current rate of what we're saving on this account, we're getting $712. That means we saved for 12 months, and then in dividends, we're getting back 2 months, a little bit more than 2 months of deposit. We're really saving 14 months out of every year, which I love. You have no idea how I've already shared this with you, and I've talked about this a lot, but I do get very excited about this because it's going to keep going. It's going to go faster, and it's going to keep compounding. But it's a small account too. At one point, this felt like nothing, but it slowly goes up, and then before you know it, I mean, you're getting, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5, 6 months of saving. It's going to start just working there for you too. And then again, a lot of our dividend stocks did very, very good. I don't know where Kimberly's at. Those might be above 4, but that's what I'm saying. Like, just make sure. Yeah, Kimberly's at 5. CLX is at 4.9. I think Pepsi, they're at 4.1. So again, these are all almost like what, 0.75% higher than the cash rate right now. Again, who was the other one? I think Hershey's is lower. Hershey's is at 3. That's essentially like cash. PG is at 3. So that's why I said PG at 4%. I think is a no-brainer. Maybe 3-4. We'll see. Counselor to Treasury Secretary Besson says unemployment rate looks very balanced. And then Palant. And then Wrap. But dude, we haven't done anything. My goodness. Is your girl live? No, we're going to get young Caroline Levitt here in a little bit. So we'll see. Where's Bidunius? And then Intelligus. Yeah, you got that NVIDIA news earlier. Kind of moved some things, but not anything too crazy. And then when are we going to get the new Fed chair? Don't forget about that this year. But yeah, they still haven't even announced it. I think it's between Warsh and Hassett. Allen, A-Lab. What was that one? ASTS, Lunar, and then I think there was, what's the other one? RKLB. Baidu, Habibi. Baidu, Baidont, Baba. I miss you too, baby. It's good. Yeah, we're live, dog. We are live. So yeah, and we did a couple of things. I freed the chat. You guys could all talk. This is all going to be temporary. I'm going to put it in here. I haven't done a unbanning. We actually haven't unbanned in a while. But I didn't want to free the chat and then have a bunch of unbanned people because then everybody would get banned and then I'd probably turn it off right away. So we'll see how it plays out. We're going to do a week of the morning news as well. So we'll start at 6 a.m. And then, yeah, we'll see how that plays into everything. And then the watch list is still going to be for the locked in. That one, we're not going to change that. But and then you still have a delay. So if you don't want a delay, if you don't want to be subject to any of the changes and want the watch list, you are going to need the locked in. Otherwise, all the long-term, every purchase on that and building the real wealth with that's going to be all documented and free 99. Nothing changes. And again, if you guys really have real questions and you really need assistance and you're actually going to listen and apply it and I want to see more wealth built, baby. I mean, you do have the chat, so I do hope we could get some benefits out of the free chat, and I just hope you guys take advantage of it. Follow the rules. Don't be a pumper. And yeah, man, I mean, last year was impeccable, so I do hope you guys do use that to your advantage. And that's all I could ask from you is literally live into it, baby. Live into it. PRMB while you're free. Well, that's what I'm saying. If you want to stay free, give me let's get information, not just pumpermation. But yeah, I put this up, I think, when you first called it out, but there wasn't anything else in there. 2022, I think it was, or was it 2023? We had a time where we switched it over. Well, yeah, we had a time when the long term was ugly. I think it was 22, 23. Because then again, people even damn fucking quit. I'll never forget that. It was a couple months later, or even a week later. I swear it marked the bottom to a degree. People were backed out. It was the long term, you deposit. It was either break even or negative. And then it would just month after month. And then it would go down. And then everyone's yeah, but yeah, it was pretty ugly. So, but then literally that actually paved the way to some of the craziest pickups. But yeah, was it 2022? And yeah, I think it was end of 2022. And then at one point you gave up a year of gains, and then people got worried. But it was bad for a lot of people. What the long time prevailed. I'm gonna see if I can log in a Cult Sister. That's when, 2020. That's when she quit. So I even started my sister, her account. She wanted, after everybody got hyped, she wanted, nice, let me in. This is Cult Sister. So she started it, and she was yeah. This was after 2020, 2021. Everybody was getting rich. And she said, I want an account. Give me an account. I'm you've known me my whole life, and now you she really gets influenced pretty easily. She lives in San Francisco. So, yeah, so she wanted to start at the very, very high. We started her account at the very high. Hers is $200 a month. And here's the best part about this account. She has never raised her deposit. She refuses to save more. So this is still 17 grand. And then it started 2 years later, I believe, 2-3 years later than all the other accounts at $200 a month, never raised the deposit. And then she quit for a year. After the market went down, she stopped and she said, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do it, man. And then, so she missed out on, she got Netflix. We got her Netflix at a really good price. But she missed out. She actually got Intel 2 this year. That helped her out a lot. Because, again, she had a bunch of money saved. That's her biggest position. I left FOMO'd all that in there for her, too. But then, she missed out on, does she have JPM? She had a little bit, but she could have got more. I did get her some good Uber at $20 or whatever, but she missed Meta and there was another 1 or 2 that were really good. And then she was late to the AbbVie train and a couple of others. But yeah, it is, but still did phenomenal. And then again, this one never raised the deposit. Damn liberal. Liberal neglect compounds. I am considering PG. I feel like I always have. Some of you thought that's what I bought last time because it's good though. It's at a good price. Like I said, if I didn't have an anchor, I think this one's easy. And you could definitely build around it. I do think it's going to move more, and they're going to have to, confirm a little bit more as well, and we'll see how it plays out. But it is quite the opportunity.
and petroleum-based food dyes from their products. The Trump administration took
Caroline.
strong action
I
to block
haven't watched
hospitals
one of these,
from
dude.
performing dangerous, irreversible, life-altering
Apple on the wall.
transgender procedures on children. The Trump administration announced funding awards to states through the Rural Health Transformation Program, an unprecedented $50 billion investment established under President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. The Trump administration has also worked with 18 states across the country to ban junk food purchases using SNAP benefits starting this year. And thank you for leading that effort, Secretary Rollins. Additionally, President Trump took historic action to secure most favored nation drug pricing and secured deals with major pharmaceutical companies to massively lower the cost of prescription drugs. And those effects are being implemented as we speak. Americans are going to continue to see the result of these incredible deals the president cut. And I know President Trump and this team behind me worked incredibly hard to lower those drug costs for Americans. On Monday, the CDC adopted common sense updates to America's childhood vaccination schedule based solely on the gold standard of science. This action empowers parents and physicians to make the best individualized decisions to protect our children, while also restoring much needed confidence in our public health system. And as a Maha mom myself, I'm very grateful for that. So thank you, Secretary Kennedy. To build on this progress, the Trump administration is now updating federal nutrition standards and guidelines to ensure that Americans have the most accurate, data-driven information supported by science and hard facts, not special interests or partisan ideology. President Trump has tasked two of the great individuals behind me, USDA Secretary Rollins and HHS Secretary Kennedy, with collaborating on this vitally important project. And today they are here to officially unveil the 2025 to 2030 Dietary Guidelines for America. These new guidelines are informed by the best and most reliable research on health and nutrition, particularly as it relates to the role of our diets and the prevalence of chronic disease in the country. They are also These guidelines are easy to read and understand, so every American, young and old, can access this information that literally has the power to change lives. But these are not just an updated guideline. These are the foundation to all federal food programs in our country. These new guidelines are going to update the food that is served to America's children in our public schools.
We talked about oil, but I'll bring it up in a little bit. Silver's moving up right now. I made a video on it 8 days ago on this channel, but we'll talk about it in a little bit. I like it, but there's a lot going on with it.
Nutritional programs for the needy in our country, such as
Bobo
WIC and Head Start. Unfortunately, for decades, federal dollars has promoted low-quality, highly processed foods that lead to scores of long-term health issues, which means Americans have gone broke because of these health issues. Faulty dietary guidelines of the past stacked the deck against healthy eating and food options for everyday American families, which has fueled the chronic disease epidemic and jacked up the healthcare costs of households across the country. This failed approach in our public health system ends today. When these guidelines are followed, Americans will be saving themselves thousands of dollars. If we want to cut healthcare costs in our country, we must become a healthier country. According to the CEA, poor diet is the root cause of obesity, which accounts for $400 billion in medical spending each year. A healthier America will lead to a more affordable America. The new dietary guidelines from the Trump administration will ensure federal dollars go to real food to improve public health and therefore save the American people their hard-earned cash over the course of their lives. So with that, I am going to hand it over to Secretary Kennedy. The great people behind me will give remarks, and then we'll get into Q&A for the officials that are here on this specific topic. They will leave because they're all very busy people, and then I will open it up to Q&A with the rest of you on the rest of the news in the world. So thank you, and we'll start with Secretary Kennedy.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
Today marks a decisive change in federal nutrition policy, made possible by President Trump's leadership and the work of Maha moms and public health advocates who demanded reform. Today, in accordance with President Trump's directive,
somebody is short on it, but I mean, I don't think JP Morgan's going to go bust because of silver. But yeah, there is some truth to it, but definitely some stuff exaggerated.
Set a federal nutrition policy in history. These guidelines replace corporate-driven assumptions with common sense goals and gold standard scientific integrity.
Rubio will meet on
These
Greenland
new
next week.
guidelines will revolutionize our nation's food culture and make America healthy again. For decades, Americans have grown sicker while healthcare costs have soared. The reason is clear. The hard truth is that our government has been lying to us to protect corporate profit-taking, telling us that these food-like substances were beneficial to public health. Federal policy promoted and subsidized highly processed foods and refined carbohydrates and turned a blind eye to the disastrous consequences. Today, the lies stop. The new guidelines recognize that whole, nutrient-dense food is the most effective path to better health and lower healthcare costs. Protein and healthy fats are essential and were wrongly discouraged in prior dietary guidelines. We are ending the war on saturated fats. Diets rich in vegetables and fruits reduce disease risk more effectively than many drugs. Whole grains outperform refined carbohydrates. Added sugars, especially sugar-sweetened beverages, drive metabolic disease, and today our government declares war on added sugar. Highly processed foods loaded with additives, added sugar, and excess salt damage health and should be avoided. As Secretary of Health and Human Services, my message is clear: eat real food. Nothing matters more for healthcare outcomes, economic productivity, military readiness, and fiscal stability. The dietary guidelines shape dozens of federal feeding programs, including Head Start. These standards affect 45 million school lunches every day, meals for 1.3 million active duty service members, and food served to 9 million veterans in VA hospitals. Today begins the work of aligning those programs with affordable, whole, nutrient-dense food. Implementation requires coordination across the government. I'm working, and I thank also the American Academy of Pediatrics for partnering on this effort. I also look forward to working with Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and Dr. Marty McCary to fund and prioritize rigorous nutrition research at the NIH and at the FDA. The stakes are measurable and severe. A Johns Hopkins analysis estimates that 48% of every federal taxpayer dollar now goes to healthcare. The CDC reports that 90% of healthcare spending treats chronic disease. That means that 40%, 40 cents of every dollar that taxpayers pay in this country is going to treat diseases that could be averted through good food. The United States has the highest obesity and type 2 diabetes rate in the developed world.
I don't think any of these
We spend
food
3 times
praise,
more per capita than the
lot of it's
European
been priced
nation,
in since last year.
the European Union on healthcare, yet our life expectancy is 5 years lower, largely due to diet-related chronic disease. Our childhood obesity rate is 5 times higher than countries like France. 1/3 of U.S. teens have prediabetes, over 35% are overweight or obese, and 20% of young adults have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. 77% of military-aged Americans are ineligible for military service because of diet-related conditions. If a foreign adversary sought to destroy the health of our children, to cripple our economy, to weaken our national security, there would be no better strategy than to addict us to ultra-processed foods. It's shocking that our own government helped to drive these cataclysmic changes in our diet. The damage is real, it is preventable, and President Trump has ordered it to end. If the United States reduced obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and Alzheimer's to Japanese levels, we would save approximately $600 billion a year. About 50% of Medicare's projected long-term deficit, or $5,000 per family annually. Current policy worsens the problem. 42 million Americans rely on SNAP, or common purchases include sugary drinks, candy, and chips. 78% of SNAP recipients are enrolled in Medicaid, and 90% of Medicaid spending goes to chronic disease. These incentives raise healthcare costs.
Beyond is
and
moving off
undermine
that.
Health. This
Literally
must
up
change.
9.
A new framework centers on protein and healthy
Hey,
fats.
did he now recommend
vegetables,
plant-based?
fruits,
I think
and
you just
whole
said that.
grains. And you can see the food pyramid here.
They moved a little bit on the premiums. You might get lucky
It's
on them.
upside down. A lot
You
of
need it to
people say.
continue. You already missed the
It
first
was
doubling
actually
them up,
upside down
but
before.
one of them, they're moving on the
He was
ass. They're not
right
getting
about
bids.
For the first time,
Good
the
luck.
dietary guidelines directly address
And gold and silver is still
ultra-processed
going.
foods and set firm sugar limits in federal procurement, driving a significant reduction in added sugar in school meals. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership and the partners committed to ensuring that federal food
Okay, they already
dollars
doubled the
support
ones
real
that looked a
food
little sketchy.
and better health.
You got
Thank
50%
you.
on the bid if you took them.
And I want to introduce my partner and a friend, Brooke Rollins, who is an extraordinary collaborator on this.
Thank you.
Barrick,
Good
gold,
morning,
gold miners are all
everyone.
coming up
Happy
now.
New
Gold
Year.
and the miners.
What a
Not as
honor
much.
to be
Again,
here. I
beyond.
think
That's
this
your
is
first like
Caroline's
5-9% move you've
press
seen in a while.
conference back, and what a great way to start the new year, 2026. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. Your commitment
Kennedy.
to the well-being of Americans is such a blessing to this nation. We have been working on these new dietary guidelines really since almost day one. Bobby and I were voted on the same day and sworn in on the same day. So I think the partnership from minute one has been real and extraordinary. As Secretary Kennedy mentioned,
gold and
America is
silver
in
is
the middle
waking
of
back
the
up.
worst chronic health crisis in our nation's history. Over 40% of the roughly 73 million
Let me see.
children
I don't know
in
if
the
he said
United
that, though.
States
If he
have
did, that's
at
probably
least
your
one chronic
reason
health
why it
condition,
moved like that.
and nearly 90%
But again, I don't know why it would
of
move like
healthcare
that without
spending
it.
goes toward treating people with chronic disease. Secretary Kennedy mentioned that, but it is really important to keep underscoring that fact.
Yeah, White House unveils
This
a new
crisis
food pyramid.
is unacceptable. It
So they came out with a new
prevents
food
Americans from
pyramid.
living healthy and happy lives. And for
Go see if they
decades,
posted it anywhere,
under
'cause you
both
can't really,
Republicans
like,
and Democrats,
zoom in on it.
federal
So
incentives
that might have a play in there.
low quality, highly processed foods and pharmaceutical interventions instead of prevention. As a result, nutrient-dense whole foods grown by America's farmers and ranchers have been increasingly displaced. The Trump administration is acutely aware of this danger, and today this announcement is making a major step in doing something about it. Thankfully, the solution is simple and should be non-controversial. Eat real food. This is the main message of the new dietary guidelines for Americans 2025
It's
to
an upside-down
2030,
pyramid.
which encourage households and schools to prioritize whole, nutrient-dense foods. That means
So, yeah,
more
this-
protein, more dairy, more healthy fats, more whole grains, more fruits and vegetables, whether they are fresh, frozen, canned, or dry.
Maybe check cow
We
mane.
are finally
The
putting
eggs.
real food back at the center of the American diet. Real food that nourishes the body, restores health, fuels energy, and builds strength. This pivot also leans into the abundant, affordable, and
The
healthy
YOLO
food
cheapies.
supply
All right, well, calm down and
already
don't pump it.
available
I mean,
from
if you were just
America's
listening,
incredible farmers
they
and
already
ranchers.
doubled up.
By making
yeah,
milk,
don't try to
raising
pump on your
cattle,
bros,
and
dude.
growing wholesome
Just again,
fruits,
even on a
vegetables,
delay,
and
you guys
grains,
got the info
they
pretty
hold
quick.
the key to solving
But that
our
one's not
national
technically
health
confirmed,
crisis.
so it might
and
fade.
President Trump is mobilizing
I don't see a
government
fake
to
meat
ensure
on the
families
fucking
across
pyramid.
America have
So
greater
if they
access
say it again, you'll
to
get more. But
these
if
healthy
not,
foods.
and like
in the
again,
past 12
Danny's even
months,
saying, just the
inflation has
drafts.
slowed and
So be
wages
careful
have
on that.
risen for the
And yeah,
first
don't pump
time
on your
in
boy.
5 years. Under
have a
President
code
Trump's
of honor
leadership,
in here.
prices for everyday staples are declining, and more help is on the way. Recent data show that fruits, vegetables, dairy, and proteins, including eggs, pork, and ground beef, are becoming even more affordable every day for our American people. American households enjoy the most affordable and abundant food in the world, and today's release only reinforces that reality. A healthy meal is
I hate
within
Donald
reach for
Trump.
all
I'm eating
American
Lucky
families.
Charms.
These new dietary guidelines are
bullshit.
a framework which is meant to be customized to meet the
How
needs,
dare
the
he.
preferences, and the financial status of all American families. For example,
Conagra?
a meal including such items as pork,
Honestly, most of them
or
went down.
eggs,
The
or
only thing
whole
that moved was
milk, or
Beyond. That's just
cheese,
a little bit on the hype.
tomatoes, other fresh and frozen fruits and vegetables, whole grain bread, corn tortilla can cost today right around $3 for that meal. $3. And soon USDA will finalize our stocking standards, which means that those businesses in America that take the SNAP benefit, what they are required to stock in order to take that benefit. By the way, that's almost 250,000 retailers across America.
Yeah, the space
that
stocks are
very
coming. They
soon
might
we will be
go
finalizing
green.
that rule that will
Lunar's
mandate
up.
all
And then other ones, I think
250,000
ASTS still
retailers
down.
in America
Again,
double
and gold,
the
silver,
type of
materials,
staple
all that.
foods that they provide for America's SNAP households. This means healthier options will be in reach for all American families, regardless of circumstance, at levels never seen before in our country. These dietary guidelines are foundational to so many USDA programs, and their introduction marks the first step
there was Cal
in
Maine.
connecting
They had the
America's
eggs.
schools and dinner
They just had
plates
earnings.
to the best of American agriculture. Make no mistake, under President Trump's leadership, we are restoring common sense, we are restoring scientific integrity, and we are restoring accountability to federal food and health policy. The new guidelines are all about putting the well-being of Americans first, exactly where it should have been all along. This is the
do a push-up,
foundation that will
bro.
make America healthy again, not just for those of us alive today, but for
Better
our
fucking
children
stretch
and
or
our
that
children's
pyramid
children
gonna
and
fuck
those
you up.
coming behind. I want to end by saying God bless American families, God bless the American farmer and rancher, and God bless America. What an honor now to introduce another great partner in this incredible work, and that
They
is
bring
Dr.
out Tony the
Burnett.
Tiger, I'm gonna
Thank you.
trip. Oh, hey, Dr. Oz, that's a good second.
Congratulations to Secretary
I
Rollins,
really thought
Secretary
Tony the
Kennedy,
Tiger was about to-
and do want to
It's
express my
great!
appreciation for what the President has done overall to increase the affordability of health care. The biggest accomplishment, perhaps, for the health system, ability to drop down prices last year was the most favored nation drug pricing that Caroline mentioned. These are incredibly effective at reducing the costs, for example, of what the President calls the fat shot. The Ozempic, GLP-1s category of medications. We dropped them dramatically. But the best way to reduce drug spend in America is to not need the drugs in the first place. What you're hearing today with these dietary guideline adjustments are going to be massively effective, and not just dropping the need for us to buy these weight loss drugs, but buy the expensive drugs for autoimmune problems. We have evidence that food is medicine when it comes to conditions as varied as mental health issues, from Alzheimer's and depression to fundamental realities of how children learn in school. So the question then becomes, what is this actually going to do in dollars and cents? And I had the group at CMS run some numbers for us to try to give you concrete assessments of how much this will drop the spend that the federal taxpayer must make for Medicare and Medicaid. And I'm more optimistic today than ever that we can address the fast rising rate of healthcare expenses in America because of movements like this. Right now, we're increasing health expenditures in America at roughly twice the rate of the GDP growth. We will correct that if we can get America to be healthier, because you can't be a wealthy nation without being a healthy nation. So 2 numbers for you to remember. The first is 30 billion. Why? 30% of healthcare costs are directly attributable to obesity. I'm not talking about indirect associated expenses, which are also present, but a very conservative number, 30%, are directly attributed to obesity. That's about $300 billion a year for just Medicare, If we were to affect obesity by 10%, which is an incredibly conservative and justifiable assumption that has been borne out in evidence-based dietary experiments and trials, just that alone is $30 billion of reduction of expenses for Medicare rather. That's also obviously correlated with Medicaid reduction in spending. In Medicaid, it's a different opportunity, because in Medicaid, we educate children. 53% of children in America are covered by Medicaid or CHIP, and we have programs to teach kids and their parents what to eat, and how to make these dietary guidelines that Secretary Rollins, Secretary Kennedy have crafted with their teams into practice. It will dramatically change the natural history of how children are able to participate in life. But let me give you one last number. If we're able to get the average American, who today retires on average at age 61, get them just to work 1 year longer, because they feel so vital, so strong, so bullish about their future, because they're feeding their bodies nutrients that are essential to their high functioning productivity, we will increase the overall GDP of our nation by trillions of dollars. So we will reduce healthcare expenses. At the same time, we jazz up the U.S. economy with trillions of dollars created by the productivity of American workers. God bless you both for making the DGA feasible and making it perhaps the wisest investment we could make in our communities. Marty McCary is one of my closest friends, the powerful leader of the FDA who's been taking brave steps along the line and has additional insights.
Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Oz. Today marks the beginning of the end of an era of medical dogma on nutrition. For decades, we've been fed a corrupt food pyramid that has had a myopic focus on demonizing natural, healthy, saturated fats, telling you not to eat eggs and steak, and ignoring a giant blind spot: refined carbohydrates, added sugars, ultra-processed food. This study in JAMA now shows that 60% to 70% of kids are getting their calories from ultra-processed foods. That's an epidemic. We now have a generation of kids addicted to refined carbohydrates, low in protein. They are literally nitrogen negative because we've used old flawed studies that used urine nitrogen to estimate body protein metabolism, and they missed the mark. The old guidelines had such a low protein recommendation that we are increasing that by 50 to 100%. Kids need protein. The old protein guidelines were to prevent starvation and withering away. These new protein guidelines are designed for American kids to thrive, and they're based on science, not on dogma. We have 40% of our kids now with a chronic disease. It is not their fault. This is something that is the result of bad advice from the government and a medical establishment that for decades peddled research from a
new
flawed
all-time
1960s
high
model.
Look at that.
Today we are
Very
setting
gradual,
the record
but
straight.
yeah.
This is not a willpower problem of our nation's kids. This is something adults have done to kids, and we're going to fix it.
58. Well, you just hit it, but
And
you're
so,
sitting there right now.
as Dr. Oz said, the best way to lower drug prices is for people to stop taking drugs they don't need. We are going to finally address the root causes of our broken healthcare system: insulin resistance and general body inflammation, advanced by the protein-poor, micronutrient-poor, ultra-processed, refined carbohydrate diet that kids are addicted to today. And so, on behalf of the Food and Drug Administration, we are proud to be a part of this. We are grateful to be contributing to this work. Thank you, Secretary Rollins. Thank you, Kyle Diamantis, the best deputy commissioner for food at the FDA the agency has ever had. This is a historic day in America. Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope everyone's inspired to go eat a salad for lunch after this briefing. If anybody has questions on this topic, we will take a few and then we'll get into the topic. We'll start with our new media seat. If you have a question on this topic today, Jamie Franklin, she comes from the Conservator. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, first of all, Caroline, congratulations on your pregnancy. We're so excited for you.
Thank you.
Matt had moms across the country, including myself, are just so excited by what this administration is doing to make our kids healthy again. But, you know, we do have concerns when it comes to these blue states pushing back on a lot of progress that we're making as an administration. And particularly, we're really excited that you guys revised and streamlined this vaccine schedule. However, what we have seen is that these blue states, whether it be, you know, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, or pushing back on immigration, they continue to stop your guys' progress.
I guess she is
so
pregnant. Was she not a mom?
Blue states, because as Matt
this their
had moms
first kid?
enrolling our kids in school, this is a big issue, and we celebrate what you guys are doing, but we want to have it, you know, even in the blue states as well.
I mean, my hope is that we only released these earlier, 2 days earlier.
They're like, is that part of the job description? You gotta get pregnant. You can't have You gotta be a mom. You need to promote good values.
They only released the new vaccine schedule 2 days ago. The vaccine schedule, there's nothing compulsory in it. Everybody, I've always promised, I'm not going to take people's vaccines away from them. People who want to get vaccines, everybody who wants them can get all of the vaccines that were on the old schedule. They will all be paid for by the Vaccines for Children program or for the insurance the same as before. We release guidelines that we think are optimal to public health. They're the same with core vaccines that are required by the European community. And those
so
nations
beyond just,
all
I
have
think they
much
only went
better
up on the
health
meat thing,
outcomes
but
than
they
we
didn't say anything about fake meat.
And they're
There's more
based on their
headlines going
best
on.
science and also on their conviction that when you put too many vaccines on the program, it actually reduces compliance. It reduces uptake. And so we want to maximize the uptake of vaccines by making sure that Americans know we are making recommendations that are science-based, that are common sense, that are grounded in science. And right now, that's the best science that we have. And again, there's 3 categories of vaccine. One is the core schedule, which resembles the European countries. The second is for people who have vulnerabilities, for high risk, and that doesn't change at all. And then the third is shared decision making, which any vaccine that was on the old schedule, you can continue to get. So people will make their own choices, and that's what democracy is about.
I asked the boss, Caroline, for permission to add a little bit to this because I think it's really important. And by the way, Jamie, what a superstar you are. It's so fun to see you in this seat, Jamie Franklin. The blue state question is a really important one. And for those of us that are running agencies with these programs, I mean, I've talked to a lot of you already about how we have 22 blue states that won't give us their SNAP data so that we can figure out and ensure that those who really need these programs are actually getting these programs. Clearly, you all have been writing about Minnesota. California's next. We're looking at New York, some other states. The amount of fraud in all of these programs is absolutely stunning.
Well,
and the challenge is, I mean, from Medicaid, et cetera,
Long
I know,
term.
Dr. Oz, you've talked a lot about that. This is a significant problem, and I think who's really harmed in all of this conversation and when these blue states aren't partnering with us to try to do this right is we say blue states and red states, but in those states there are all kinds of our citizenry and that aren't all Democrat or aren't all Republican. We had a poll that just came out that had about 85% of all Americans believe that states should turn their data over on SNAP so that we can figure out where the fraud is and ensure these programs are going where they need to go. So my request of these blue states and these blue state governors is partner with us. Let us figure out how to do this better. Let us make sure that whether it's the vaccine schedule or the SNAP program or the Medicaid program or the child care program, that we are doing everything we can to protect every tax dollar, but to also ensure those who need it the most vulnerable in our society, are getting the programs they need versus those who A, are not even supposed to be here, or B, are cheating the system.
Jeff.
Thanks, Caroline. One of the changes that was made had to do with alcohol. Secretary Kennedy or Dr. Oz, could you explain the science behind the new language on not saying 2 drinks for men and 1 drink for a woman every day would be healthy, and whether or not the industry had an impact on the language of moderation versus just saying alcohol is not healthy and you shouldn't drink it?
So alcohol is a social lubricant that brings people together. In the best case scenario, I don't think you should drink alcohol, but it does allow people an excuse to bond and socialize, and there's probably nothing healthier than having a good time with friends in a safe way. If you look at the blue zones, for example, around the world, people live the longest. Alcohol is sometimes part of their diet. Again, it's small amounts.
Like, it's not healthy, but you guys are unsocially unhealthy.
So there is alcohol on these dietary guidelines, but the implication is don't have it for breakfast. There should be something done in small amount with.
Why do you need to tell people this?
May have alcohol added. But the general move away from 2 glasses of men, 1 glass of women, there was never really good data to support that quantity of alcohol consumption. That data was probably primarily confused with broader data about social.
You guys just eyeballed it for the last like 50 years? Like 1, 2.
Secretary Rollins, I'm curious.
We just want to make sure you're not drinking it for breakfast.
There's guidelines. What are the practical effects of these guidelines on
not put it in your Lucky Charms.
Well, today begins.
No, Fruit Loops should not make you loopy.
Today begins the first day now in a recalibration of the rules, whether it's school lunches, whether it's the SNAP program, whether it's as veterans were mentioned, our prison system, that now we begin the process of implementing and redrafting the rules to reflect what this new dietary guidelines for Americans actually is doing to our food system. So there is a lot of work to do.
UNH in shambles off
overnight, but as I think we've proven, this administration moves very, very quickly on all fronts, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and so you'll begin to see some real changes coming very soon. As everyone is aware, for many of our most vulnerable in the margins in our communities, the school lunch is often the best place for our children to get the healthiest meal. Hopefully with stocking standards and reworking SNAP and the SNAP waivers we've done, that begins to change too. But right now, that is going to be the single most important, from my perspective, move forward, is the school lunches and making sure that we're getting the right amount, the best amount, and most nutrient-dense foods into the schools. Thank you.
You also mentioned, Secretary Rollins, cost when you had your remarks a little bit earlier. Is eating healthier more cost effective? Is it cheaper than just having a diet of processed foods?
I had a whole chart to show you, but left it in the back, unfortunately, that yes, indeed, that eating healthy, for the most part, we've got 100 simulations, is actually less expensive. The challenge is the access to those healthy foods, especially in parts of America where they have food deserts. They don't have a H-E-B or a Kroger or a Central Market. These are all Texan grocery stores, but whatever similar across the country. But that is why these stocking standards in SNAP are so important. So if you have a economically challenged family, and the only place they're getting their food is the 7-Eleven. We have a longer term important policy priority, and that is getting grocery stores into these lower margin communities. But for now, requiring those retailers, those 250,000 retailers across America, to double their stocking of healthier foods. That will allow
That'll
us
be something to watch in the future.
Get these better foods
if they
into
start
into
adding
all
more grocery stores
but
and places,
and
they make that part of the plan.
John.
She just said that.
Let me just add
I don't know the
something.
timeline on that.
Brooke and I are working on a program. Affordability is the priority for the president. And we know we have to make it easy and accessible for healthy foods for every American. And we believe we can do that. We think affordable food is within reach of every American family. We are working on a education and information program that will allow American families all over the country to come onto our website and find the healthiest foods at the lowest cost for themselves. I'd also just add this. The idea that a cheap meal made of processed food is cheap is an illusion, because you're paying for it on the back end. You're paying for it with diabetes, with obesity, with illness. And if you internalize that cost of the meal, it would be a tiny fraction of the long-term cost of eating bad food.
So we'll take one more in the white blazer.
Caroline. Secretary Kennedy, you mentioned healthy fats, but also ending the war on saturated fats. Can you clarify how much saturated fats Americans should be consuming?
I'm going to let Marty take that, since he wrote a book about it.
Look, the old dogma in the 1960s, when Eisenhower had his heart attack and Ancel Keys said it was the saturated fat, that's never been substantiated. And so that flawed research has become dogma over the years, and eventually the conversation was sidelined. In this new guidance, we are telling young people, kids, schools, you don't need to tiptoe around fat and dairy. You don't need to push low-fat milk to kids. And we are maintaining the 10% of calories as saturated fat in the guidance. The real issue is protein. The fact that 60 to 70% of the calories of kids today in America is ultra-processed food.
Yo, didn't they say protein was like white
supremacist?
I swear they said that in 2020.
In every school board in America,
2021, they say you drink protein,
and house of worship,
you're a white supremacist.
Every home in America will now have conversations. We've got to talk about school lunch programs, not just putting 6-year-olds on Ozempic. Food can be curative. We've got to talk about the microbiome and fiber and healthy whole grains and the good soil. that food comes from and the healthy, clean waters and good farming techniques. So that's the focus of this guidance. Thank you.
Some of you may be wondering why Dr. Carson is here. He is our National Nutrition Advisor working alongside Secretary Kennedy, and he's played a big role in
Another high on the spot. So again,
Dr.
it's a little
Carson,
bit of
for being
tech,
here
and
today.
it's kind of broadened out,
thank all
though.
of you.
Everything except Dow and Russell,
I know you're
which
all
Russell
very
already
busy
led this
people,
year.
and these people
So
have
far.
a lot of questions on things other than diet, I'm sure. So I'm going to get to work, and thank you guys so much for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, okay, thanks. All righty. Great. Does anyone have any questions? Rachel, why don't you start?
Thank you, Caroline. The president has been adamant that he is now in charge of Venezuela, but Delcy Rodriguez said the government of Venezuela runs her country, no one else, saying, quote, there's no external agent governing Venezuela. So which one is it?
Let me just be very clear. This is the first time that I've addressed Venezuela from the podium since being back and since the historic and incredibly successful military operation, law enforcement operation conducted by our United States military that you all saw and the world witnessed last week. The skill, the might of the United States military and our country under the leadership of this president is on full display to the rest of the world. And let's just set the record straight. There isn't another military in the world who could have pulled off this operation. There is not another president in the world or in our nation's history who had the courage to authorize such a mission. And I think the world has taken notice that America is truly back. With respect to Venezuela, the Trump administration, led by Secretary Rubio, the vice president, and the president's entire national security team, is in close correspondence with the interim authorities in Venezuela. We obviously have maximum leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela right now, and the president has made it very clear that this is a country within the United States, the Western Hemisphere, close by the United States, that is no longer going to be sending illegal drugs to the United States of America. It's no longer going to be sending and trafficking illegal people and criminal cartels to kill American citizens as they have in the past. And the president is fully deploying his peace through strength foreign policy agenda. So we're continuing to be in close coordination with the interim authorities, and their decisions are going to continue to be dictated by the United States of America.
Just one follow-up, when you talk about that leverage there, has the Venezuelan government fully committed to turning over its oil to the United States indefinitely, and what happens if they do not?
Well, as you saw, the president announced last night, this was a deal. This was a deal made by the president and his team with the Venezuelan interim authorities. This will benefit both the American people and the Venezuelan people. And Secretary Wright and the Department of Energy are working with the interim authorities and also with the private oil industry to execute on this historic energy deal. That's not only good for the United States, but it's also going to revive the prosperity, the safety, the security of both the United States and Venezuela as well. Ed.
Following up on the oil part of this, the 30 to 50 million barrels of oil, how exactly is that going to work? You're getting it out of Venezuela into the United States?
Yes.
And then what?
That's exactly right. So
It would
as you know,
impact,
Ed, as the
Walmart,
president
yeah.
announced last night, this was the sanctioned
I think that's just
oil
something they look
that was
out for.
basically
I don't know the
just sitting
timeline
in
on that.
barrels, sitting on ships because of the effective quarantine of the United States of America. And the interim authorities have agreed to release that oil to the United States, so it will be arriving here at home very soon. The United States government has already begun marketing Venezuelan crude oil in the global marketplace for the benefit of the United States, engaged the world's leading commodity marketers, key banks to execute and provide financial support for these crude oil and crude product sales. All proceeds from the sale of Venezuelan crude oil and products will first settle in U.S.-controlled accounts at globally recognized banks to guarantee the legitimacy and integrity of the ultimate distribution of proceeds, and those funds will be dispersed for the benefit of the American people and the Venezuelan people at the discretion of the United States government.
It sounds like it requires a lot of private sector engagement and agreement
And
from the oil industry and the banking industry.
That's
Do you
right.
have that yet?
There's a lot of private sector engagement that's happening right now. As you know, Secretary Wright, our energy secretary who's heading up this big project, is in Florida today meeting with some of these oil executives. And as we confirmed earlier, they will also be at the White House later this week. So they are absolutely eager to invest. They're eager about these opportunities. And Secretary Wright is a very well knowledgeable guy when it comes to oil and energy, and he's the perfect man for the job.
Another corner of the world,
Sure.
real quick on
Go
Iran.
ahead. Go ahead.
So just to follow up on the oil, 30 to 50 million barrels is an initial tranche, if you will, and then what happens after that? What
I won't get ahead of the plans that the president and his team are currently speaking with the interim authorities about, but rest assured, there is a long-term plan here. Secretary Rubio and the entire team are working diligently on it, and this is just sort of the first action that you all are seeing. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. So in order to get these oil companies to invest billions in Venezuela, how will the U.S. reassure that their workers will be safe in Venezuela? Could there be troops involved?
At this point in time, as you know, there are no troops on the ground in Venezuela. The president, of course, reserves the right to use the United States military if necessary. It's not something he wants to do. Diplomacy is always the first option, as you saw. He tried that with Nicolas Maduro, but unfortunately, he was an illegitimate dictator and an unserious person. And so President Trump authorized this law enforcement operation, and now Nicolas Maduro is sitting in a prison cell in New York. So certainly the president is going to do what's in the best interests of the American people, and that includes workers from our energy and oil industry as well.
With that meeting tomorrow, what is the message the president is going to give to the oil executives, and what does he want to hear?
Well, the meeting is on Friday, and it's just a meeting to discuss, obviously, the immense opportunity that is before these oil companies right now. Stephen.
Caroline, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
The New Yorker had a story yesterday on the vice president, and it questioned his, quote, notable absence on Venezuela. And the sub-headline asked, was the vice president's exclusion from the operation in Venezuela an expression of his anti-interventionist ideology or political calculation? Would you be able to discuss the vice president's role in Venezuela policy?
I did see that report in the New Yorker, and quite frankly, I laughed out loud because it's very clear it's a fake report that's trying to sow distrust and division amongst the president and his team. Let me just be very clear. The vice president has been involved in all policy. He is the right-hand man of the president on all policy matters, including Venezuela policy. He was, of course, read in and deeply involved in this operation from the very beginning. And he was present on the night of the operation via secure communication at a different location as to not damage the operational secrecy of this mission that was so incredibly important to ensure that this mission could be carried out successfully without endangering our troops. Sure.
The U.S. seized a tanker recently. Russia specifically asked the United States not to seize that tanker. Does this action risk a larger conflict with Russia?
I believe you're referring to the Bella 1 tanker that was seized this morning. The Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Department of War, did announce that seizure this morning for violations of U.S. sanctions. I've spoken about the enforcement of our sanctions policy at the podium prior to the new year, and this administration is going to fully enforce the sanction policy of the United States. The vessel this morning was seized in the North Atlantic pursuant to a warrant issued by a U.S. federal court after being tracked, and this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil, and the United States of America, under this president, is not going to tolerate that. I would also just add the vessel had a judicial seizure order, and the crew, so that means the crew is now subject to prosecution for any applicable violation of federal law, and they will be brought to the United States for such prosecution if necessary. Kelly.
Caroline, Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. You too.
I'd like to talk to you about a couple of things real quickly. The
Yeah,
first
cat in
question
a
about
video,
the
just watch, because again, that's at
Venezuelans. You know, there's
CES.
some 8 million Venezuelans here. Some of them celebrate
Starting to move a little.
streets. There are Venezuelans on the ground who are concerned about their safety. What does the Trump administration, what is it doing to actually help people in Venezuela understand that they will be secure throughout this transition?
I think the fact that this president actually followed through on the long-held promise of the United States of America, the bipartisan promise to take down the illegitimate Maduro regime, should give assurance to the Venezuelan people and also Venezuelan Americans who fled this communist regime for a better life here at home, that this is a president who is serious about taking down illegitimate regimes and who is also serious about securing the security of the United States of America, including the Venezuelan American people. And I would just add that this is something that not just Republicans and President Trump have talked about for a very long time, but it is also something that Democrats have advocated for. In 2020, Chuck Schumer said that that at the time, President Trump had not brought an end to the Maduro regime. The Maduro regime is more powerful today and more entrenched today than it was when the president began. Now you hear Chuck Schumer out there saying this is reckless. The American people and the Venezuelan people should be in fear. But this is something that Chuck Schumer has long advocated for. Senator Chris Van Hollen, same thing, had said that the United States is going to use its leverage and influence to push for negotiations to transition to the truly elected leader. This was under President Biden. We know Maduro and his cronies don't want to go quietly into the night. The U.S. needs to work to ratchet up the pressure. Now, Senator Holland says it's an illegal act of war to get rid of Nicolas Maduro. So the hypocrisy is really astounding here, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to point it out, Kayla. Sorry, go ahead. Yes.
So there are reports that the administration is demanding that Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm?
I'm sorry?
Reports that the administration has essentially demanded that Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm that?
Well, those alleged demands were made in a classified briefing by Secretary Rubio, and I know that there's a lot of leaks coming out of these classified briefings, so I'm not going to confirm or deny or get into what the Secretary has said in classified settings to members of Congress. But I think that the administration has made it quite clear to the interim authorities in Venezuela that this is the Western Hemisphere, and American dominance is going to continue under this president.
There have also been reports that the U.S. could potentially buy Greenland as one potential option on the table. What would such an offer look like? Is there anything monetarily you could provide, any details there?
Well, that's something that's currently being actively discussed by the president and his national security team. And I would point out that the acquisition of Greenland by the United States is not a new idea. This is something that presidents dating back to the 1800s have said is advantageous for America's national security. The president has been very open and clear with all of you and with the world that he views it in the best interest of the United States to deter Russian and Chinese aggression in the Arctic region. And so that's why his team is currently talking about what a potential purchase would look like. Jackie.
Caroline, just following up on Greenland, why not rule out taking it by military force?
I know that past presidents and past leaders have often ruled things out. They've often
I know Euroclose was that
been
push-ups.
very open
Hopefully y'all moved
about
around.
ruling
I'm on the
things
medicine
in
ball
and basically
again.
broadcasting their foreign policy strategy to the rest of the world, not just to our allies, but most egregiously to our adversaries. That's not something this president does. All options are always on the table for President Trump as he examines what's in the best interests of the United States. But I will just say that
Saidu is
the
a small
president's
cat,
first
but it's
option
dropping.
always
The
has been diplomacy.
Yeah,
Again,
the cat news kind of
look
a
at
dud.
Venezuela.
But that was a headline.
He
It did
tried
come out.
ardently to strike a good deal with Nicolas Maduro, and he told him, I will use the United States military, and you will not like it if you don't take such a deal. And look at what happened. With respect to Iran, the president said the same thing, right? He tried to have serious interest in a deal with the Iranian regime with respect to their nuclear capabilities. They were not interested, and so Operation Midnight Hammer happened, which was another remarkable military success under the leadership of this commander-in-chief. So the president keeps his options open, but diplomacy is always the first.
Quickly, just one additional follow-up on that. Does the president recognize Denmark's ownership as part of the kingdom? Because there have been some Republican senators questioning, the claim that Denmark has to Greenland. Is the president in that camp with them, questioning the legality of
I have not heard him question it personally, but you're welcome to ask him yourself next time you have the chance.
Sanctions are being lifted for Venezuela. We got to lift some sanctions to let the oil come in. Can you talk about that just very briefly?
Yes, so the U.S. is selectively rolling back sanctions to enable the transport and the sale of Venezuelan crude and oil products to the global markets, yes. Annie.
Thank you. There are some reports from Venezuela that the country's leaders are cracking down on the population, specifically suppressing public expression of support for Maduro's ouster. Is that kind of behavior consistent with what the president wants to see, how the president wants to see the leaders take on the population?
It would not be consistent, and I'll let the president's national security team speak further on that. I know they are well aware and tracking. Kelly.
Two questions. One, on the seized vessels, the Bella, the Sophia, can you tell us where they're headed, what happens to any existing cargo, and you reference personnel but potentially facing prosecution. That's one thing I'd like to
Yes.
follow on. And then
On the Bella.
Yes, okay. And on Annie's question, if I could also ask, does the administration believe that the interim regime should release all political dissidents and prisoners and return detained Americans?
That's not a question that I've personally spoken about to the president with, so I will let him answer that question. I don't want to make new policy at this podium today with respect to Venezuela. With respect to the two ships that you mentioned, I spoke with you about the Bella 1. There was another vessel this morning, the Sophia, that in coordination with the Department of War, the Department of Homeland Security apprehended it. This is a stateless, sanctioned, dark fleet motor tanker, and this occurred without incident. This vessel was operating in international waters and conducting illicit activities in the Caribbean Sea. The U.S. Coast Guard is escorting the Sophia to the United States for final disposition. To answer your question, Kelly, directly, this was through Operation Southern Spear. The Department of War is unwavering in its mission to crush illicit activity in the Western Hemisphere. And as the President has repeatedly stated, we're going to defend our homeland and restore security and strength across the Americas. Dasha, go.
Caroline, thank you and Happy New Year.
Thanks, you too.
Two questions, one on Venezuela, one on Greenland. You've repeatedly at the podium called the current leadership in Venezuela interim leadership. There are Republicans and Democrats alike that say they want to see elections in Venezuela. The president had said it's too soon to do that right now, but is there a timeline for elections in Venezuela? Is he committed to seeing that this year, for example?
You just said the president has answered that question, so I will reiterate what the president has said a few times now to all of you, which is that it's too premature and too early to dictate a timetable for elections in Venezuela right now.
Caroline, you just talked to Jackie about diplomacy first, right? The Danes have repeatedly said they are willing to collaborate on all of the concerns that the president has, whether it's more troops, mineral rights, intelligence sharing. Why does the president feel he needs to own Greenland and not and put out the threat of military action when this could be done through diplomacy?
Well, who said diplomacy isn't taking place behind the scenes, Dasha? I mean, the president is interested in diplomacy. His national security team is as well. And of course, he's always willing to pick up the phone for everybody and hear out their concerns. But the president is the president of the United States of America, and he's always going to be very clear about what he views as being in our nation's best interest. Reagan.
Caroline, I have a question for you on Venezuela, and then I'd love to ask you about Minnesota and Tim Walz.
Sure.
On Venezuela, I'm wondering, does the administration hope to start sending more Venezuelan migrants back home or have them self-deport if the situation in the country improves?
As far as I'm concerned, the policies of the Trump administration and the Department of Homeland Security have not changed. All those illegally present in the country are subject to deportation. And I would just like to add, how we got here. The president was very clear on the campaign to the American public, and it's one of the many reasons they resoundingly reelected him back to this office, that he was not only going to crush foreign drug cartels, but that he was not going to stand by and watch as the illegitimate Venezuelan regime was sending illegal criminals and gang members and rapists and murderers to our country, which happened to the tune of thousands under the previous administration and president. And so there could be nothing more America first than this operation that took place last week. And I would just remind all of you in this room that there were innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungare who lost their lives at the hands of dangerous Venezuelan criminals who were sent here by the Maduro regime. And that has been the president's North Star and guiding principle throughout his entire policy since January 20th.
Tim Walz in Minnesota. Does the administration believe that Tim Walz potentially dropped out of the governor's race because he could be under criminal investigation?
I don't know if there's a criminal investigation. If there was, I wouldn't be able to comment on it from up here, to be honest with you. But I think Tim Walz probably dropped out of the race because he realizes he no longer has the support of the people of his own state, which is a remarkable downfall considering he was the number 2 on the Democrat Party's ticket just about a year ago. When it comes to Minnesota, the fraud that we have seen, the wide scale of fraud is really remarkable. It's egregious. I would encourage every single journalist in this room to go to Minnesota and to cover it yourselves. As for the Trump administration, we have officials who have been on the ground almost every day. Secretary Noem was there yesterday. Secretary Bessent will be traveling there later this week to talk about the fraud and to do a roundtable on this very topic. And I would just like to leave you with an update. To date, the Department of Justice has charged 98 total defendants in several Medicaid fraud and related case programs. 64 were convicted, and 85 of the 98 charged were of Somali descent. The DOJ has also issued over 1,700 subpoenas, executed over 130 search warrants, and they have now added more attorneys to their office there to absorb the case flow. DHS is on the ground going door to door conducting large-scale criminal and HSI investigations. They have also sent approximately 2,000 agents to Minneapolis to assist with law enforcement and immigration enforcement. As I said, Secretary Noem was on the ground yesterday. The Department of Health and Human Services has also begun requiring a justification and photo evidence for all child care related payments nationwide, and they required Minnesota to conduct a full audit of all child care centers. They also froze $185 million in funding to Minnesota. And Dr. Oz, who was just here, also notified Governor Walz they're going to begin auditing Medicaid recipients and deferring payments on claims based on waste, fraud, and abuse. The Department of Labor is also conducting a targeted review of Minnesota's unemployment program. Department of Agriculture requiring Minnesota to conduct recertification for SNAP recipients, and HUD has launched investigations into the public housing. SBA has also suspended nearly 7,000 borrowers amid suspected fraudulent activity. So, with all of that, rest assured this is an all-hands-on-deck effort from the entire administration to get to the bottom of this and to ensure that the ripping off of taxpayers in the state of Minnesota, and it won't just be Minnesota, it'll be any state across this country where fraud has taken place, and we are protecting law-abiding, tax-paying American citizens. Phil.
Thank you, Caroline. Just to follow up on Greenland, there are treaties already on the books that give the United States access to the island. They can construct and maintain military bases there. We can house personnel on the island. The U.S. has control of landings, takeoffs, anchorages, etc. So I'm curious if you could just spell out for the American public, what specifically would the U.S. gain by taking control of Greenland that the U.S. doesn't already have access to right now?
More control over the Arctic region and ensuring that China and Russia and our adversaries cannot continue their aggression in this very important and strategic region. And there would be many other benefits as well that, again, the President and his national security team are currently talking about. Jeff, I'll give you another one. Welcome.
A broad sort of stand-back question on foreign policy. Are you concerned about increasing tensions with Russia because of the tanker seizures? And how does the U.S. action in Venezuela impact the ongoing relationship with China and the President's relationship with President Xi?
I think the President has very open, honest, and good relationships with both President Putin of Russia and also President Xi of China. He has spoken with them numerous times, as you know, since coming to office about a year ago, and I believe that those personal relationships are going to continue. But as for the President and the United States, he's going to enforce our policy that's best for the United States of America. And with respect to these ships seizures, that means enforcing the embargo against all dark fleet vessels that are illegally transporting oil, and only legitimate commerce, to answer your question much earlier, Rachel, determined by the United States is going to be permitted. And that's the policy of this administration, and he's not afraid to implement it.
One more stand back. Just one more stand back. I just asked the last one. I remember asking the President at the very beginning of his term if he was committed to Article 5 and NATO, and he said yes. Has his stance on NATO or his commitment to NATO changed?
Did you see his statement earlier today? He said we will always be there for NATO, even if they are not there for us. And I think that answers your question directly. Yes.
Just to follow up on what Jeff was saying there, will the President commit that if any NATO members are attacked, the United States would come to?
Again, the President addressed this directly himself this morning after seeing the coverage from all of you in this room on television, and he made it very clear we're always going to be there for NATO, even if they have not done right by the United States of America. And they have not, they have finally increased their defense spending at the request of this president, but it was only because of this president that they did that. We'll take take a couple more. Michael, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Happy New Year and congratulations.
Thank
Two
you.
questions, if
You
I
too.
may. One on healthcare, one on Mexico. On healthcare, the president says he wants Republicans to be flexible on the Hyde Amendment in order to pass healthcare legislation. What is the White House's message to pro-life voters who say federal funding for abortion goes against their values?
Well, the president did not change the administration's policy. It was President Trump who signed an executive order protecting the Hyde Amendment. It's the Trump administration that has taken multiple actions on various fronts to ensure that taxpayer dollars are not funding the
Never
practice
met
of
me.
abortion.
Happy birthday.
What the president was saying yesterday
thank
was
you, bro.
Republicans
I
and
missed
frankly
all of y'all.
Democrats too need to show
I'm
a little
good
bit
to-
more
glad to be
flexibility
back.
so we can actually get
We
something
here,
done
baby.
with respect to the issue of health
What's up?
care.
Good morning. I think some of y'all just got here,
Amazing
so
ideas.
get
The
ready,
president
man. Every
himself, as
morning.
we spoke about earlier,
We got a long
has
year ahead.
launched this most favored nation drug pricing initiative, has cut good deals with big pharma. He wants to see Republicans and Democrats too, if they're willing, codify those executive orders into law so that these good deals can remain and these prices can continue to be lowered long after this president and this deal maker in chief is gone. Presidents talked a lot about health savings accounts and giving more money back to the healthcare consumer rather than to these giant insurance companies, and he's been very outspoken and tough on them too, and I think you'll see more and hear more from him directly on that issue. So he wants to see Congress get something done with respect to healthcare, and that was the point that he was driving home yesterday.
Mexico, Caroline,
Haley,
President Trump says the drug cartels are running Mexico. What action does he need to see Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, take to prove that she's in control of that country, in control of those cartels? And does the White House believe she's able to do that without U.S. intervention?
Look, I think the president was speaking very candidly and frankly about the reality on the ground in Mexico. Haley.
Caroline, Happy New Year. I wanted to
Thanks,
ask
you
you
too.
about the seized tanker, the Vela. There were reports before this that Russia had sent a submarine to escort it. Was there any engagement with that submarine? And then was the deconfliction line with Russia used ahead of boarding that?
Again, this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil. The vessel was deemed stateless after flying a false flag, and it had a judicial seizure order, and that's why the crew will be subject to prosecution. Mary.
On Colombia, the president talked over the weekend and suggested that he would be open to an operation there. Should the president of Colombia be expecting Delta
Good
force
morning.
anytime soon? And then I had another one for you on health.
Feel
That
good
would
to
be
be
a very
home.
unwise question for me to answer, to weigh into. What's your next question?
On California, can you share any more about the fraud investigation? The president said that there was one. Who's being investigated and where is it starting?
Again, this is going to be a all-hands-on-deck government-wide effort. The president has directed all agencies across the board to look at federal spending programs in not just Minnesota, but also in the state of California to identify fraud and to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law all those who have committed it. Take one more. Sure.
Thank you. Carolyn, yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of January 6th. Democrats and mainstream media continue to push their big lie that it was an insurrection and that police officers died that day. The reality is that 4 Trump supporters died on January 6th and 2 women were killed by January 6th police. Everybody knows Ashley Babbitt was shot in cold blood by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd, but there was another woman, her name was Roseanne Boyland from Georgia, and she was pepperballed, gassed, and ultimately brutally beaten with a stick by January 6th police officer Lila Morris. The Biden administration and mainstream media lied and told Americans Roseanne Boyland died of a drug overdose on Capitol steps. Her family is now asking for an investigation. Is the administration aware of the circumstances of her death, and will there be an investigation finally?
Well, for investigation, I will have to defer you to either the FBI or the Department of Justice, and I'm sorry to have to do that. But with respect to all of the facts that you just laid out, the White House relished the opportunity yesterday to actually create a new website to share the facts with the American public, but also all those in this room. We knew the media would be covering
Called
January 6th quite a bit
WhiteHouseLaringCenter.com.
because they think it's something that the American people are still believing their lies on. They think it's something that still helps their case against this president. Obviously not, or else he wouldn't have been reelected in an overwhelming fashion in November of last year. And so I would encourage everyone to take a look at the website. It's quite well done. And thank you all very much. It's great to be back with you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been good to see you. Good to see you. Congratulations. She said congratulations on the baby. She said, you too. What? What? Sheridonia. We're back. A lot of Venezuela questions. I mean, that was the biggest thing out there, man. I mean, it was still pretty trippy if you think about it. If you think about it, the food stuff, the Beyonds chilled out. They came back to the price when that all happened. I didn't play them. I just had them up there. And then other than that, man, was that her first presser too? Oh, well, there you go. We're all back. We're slowly, I don't know, I think end of this week still. This is going to pick up, man. I still should be getting some CES headlines too. Oh, yeah, Happy New Year first. And congratulations. Congratulations. I'm glad to be back, man. I'm glad y'all back. I hope you're ready, though. I mean, I hope you got some stamina. We got another year ahead of us, God willing. So make sure you use it to your advantage. Make sure you are wise. And remember, little by little, avoid stupidity. That will be the brilliance, my brother. That will be the brilliance. Happy and good morning. Good morning. I think some of y'all just pulled up. So what's up, man? Are you ready? I forgot. That's the other change. I don't know. We might not have Philo for the rest of the year. I already chuckled. No, yeah, man. I got a Philo for you in 30 minutes, bro. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I chuckled a little. I gave it away. That fast, it was very good. It was very, very good, man. I learned a couple of things. It was great. I had a little bit of diarrhea after eating. But, dude, I never realized how good food is. Like, I knew it was good, but, like, I took it for granted, bro. You know that? I took it for granted. I was not. Like, it's so good, man. It's so good. That's why I said, wow, that was a blessing, man. That was a blessing. But yeah, I liked it. I might do it again. It was good. I think I needed it. So I just got to get back into the schedule. I missed the schedule. I missed the robot schedule, man. You know, the food robot, the everything robot. It's nicer, man. It's nicer. Owl with the cheek light. There's a couple things moving. I mean, technically, we just hit a new all-time high. Yeah, Owl down 2.53. This one does that a lot. Isn't this one a SPAC? You had alcohol for breakfast? That was funny, bro. I don't know. If you really think about it, man, it's like, is that the first time we've addressed that in 50 years? And I don't know. She said, what did he say? That they never really, like, studied it. They just came up with the 1 to 2 drinks thing. So, yeah, but either way, the food companies, and there was a couple of headlines. What was it? That there was going to be that like grocery store plan. I'm sure we might see that. So we're gonna find out. Watchlist, Philo members only. No, I'll leave it there. I mean, again, like I said, most people, you know, I cracked down a lot last year. So to start off the year, for the first like week or so, I have you guys on non-members only. We'll see how you guys do. And that way I didn't want to mix the unbanned people because then they'll probably mess it up again. That's kind of the pattern of the data. So you guys will have that opportunity. Even on Philo, I'll leave it not members only. We'll do the morning news breakdown as well for everybody at 6 a.m. And then we'll see how you guys handle that. Other than that, there's not the watch list and the delay. That's still going to be on the locked in. That's what I'm planning for this year. Again, I'm always open to changing my mind, but that's going to be all driven by performance, a.k.a. how the Chad works, how we all work together, pumpers or not. I need to see good, and I want to see stuff that's going to be effective. But that's the first set of starting off that we'll be doing, and then we'll see how long it lasts. But that's what I'm saying, though. Whether it's real estate, stocks, though, questions. I mean, we answered a lot today about both, and then the long term, that's not going to change. We'll still have all of that for you and documenting that as well, because I want to see more of those built. But, you know, you have questions, you want to talk about things, actually growing wealth, you got an issue. I mean, everybody could chat. So I just strongly encourage you to use it and use it appropriately, wisely. You know, I'm not here to argue, not here to be dumb. I mean, I like the funny jokes, especially if they're timely and related, but definitely stay focused. And just like we said last year, like why are you here? Make this serve you. And we got good information, and I want you guys to have information and provide it as well. And it's just like, dude, if you use it the right way, we live in a world where it could be very, very beneficial. So that's what I want you to do, baby. That's what I want you to do. There is a delay, but you may have noticed even today you've gotten the headlines pretty quick, whether it's the Chad posting it in the chat or even if you're hearing it on voice. Even with a delay, we are still pretty much faster than the whole entire world. And then again, it protected some of you. You already saw Homeboy try to pump the Beyond. So I gave a couple of, and I'm giving you information. You just got to listen. You could ask anybody even last year. If you're really paying attention, I mean, you could hear a lot of gems. But, if you're waiting for something, super easy and someone to hold your hand and give it to you directly, it's not going to happen. Not trying to pump on you. I make more money without it, and it's just very simple. I don't want you guys to do that to each other, and the delay does kind of offer that protection. I do think some of the guys on the Locked In, they know they've been doing it for a while now, and they understand the risks as well as the discipline and everything else, so we'll see. I'm sure a lot more will come to life next week. Again, it's still slow. That's why I took the first couple days off still instead of coming back on the first, because usually until the end of this week, everything's still a little bit hungover from the holidays. So we'll get there, baby. We'll get there. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a coat. Yeah, Sweet Green. I mean, the food stocks did pretty good. I mean, it's one thing about the health stuff, but we got to see if these, let's see how the consumer does in 2026. I'm very interested in that. And whether or not the BBB and all the money and the tax cuts, I do think that's going to be important. So we'll find out. We will find out on 7 arms versus conventional. I like the conventional ones. I mean, right now, a adjustable might be in your favor because the rates are probably going to go lower, but there is the risk that rates go up if there's inflation or anything on that. So yeah, that's where it's going to become that would be the only issue. But I just usually stayed away from adjustable mortgages since like 08 hasn't really been the vibe, because again, if you lock in a good rate and it's low enough, it's beautiful. Owl allowed redemptions. I remember this one a little bit last year. I feel like they would get a lot of headlines. Didn't they get clapped on something? But yeah, I don't think I haven't had too many plays. I think Eli Lilly was probably the best one today, and then Intel if you were early enough, and then some of them moved. And then silver, there's a nice little dip buy on gold and silver, and they're still up, but still, like I said, either down 2 or down 7, unless it went up. Dude, do you know they don't call it Burlington Coat Factory anymore? So I saw a commercial for Burlington, and I was explaining this to my girl. I made a joke about jackets, and she had no idea what I was talking about. I was like, she knows what Burlington is, but I'm like, it's Burlington Coat Factory. Wasn't that what it was called, or is there about that Mandela effect me? Because I'm telling you, it was Burlington Coat Factory. And they dropped the coat factory. Well, clearly, I think it caused confusion. But, yeah, it was Burlington Coat Factory. Yeah, now it's just Burlington. Crazy. I went to a TJ Maxx over the break. I went with my girl. That was exciting. Man, still can't believe how much bigger that thing is than Target. It's amazing. And all of it's huge, bro. Yeah, bro. No, it's Burlington. It was definitely a coat factory at one point. That's what I'm saying, bro. More than great coats. But no, they don't do that anymore. Are they too bougie now? Man, we gotta wait another year till Christmas. I hope you guys had a good Christmas, though. I took down my tree already, surprisingly. I usually keep that shit up for like 6 months. But no, we were on top of it. But yeah, I miss Christmas, man. That was a good time. New Year's, And was it just me? I saw people talk about it, but didn't it look like 2024 on the New Year's thing? Like the 6 that they used, the 6 looked like a 4. So yeah, bro, I was tripping. No, I went a couple of places. I went around the world, but I can't tell you where. I was in too many pictures. Motherfuckers got cameras everywhere, bro. You know that? I was posing, smiling, paparazzi. No, I went a couple of places. I don't want to go anywhere. You dog. Man, let me remember. You know how great this country is? Are y'all familiar? Do you guys understand how awesome America is? Yeah, you know that. I know some of you gonna get mad. You be like, you white supremacist. How dare you? Nah, dog. Have you ever, dog? Oh my God, you have no idea. When I come back, every time, and even though San Diego Airport is shit now, I can't believe it's chill to come back to. But oh man, they did going to San Diego Airport now with the construction and how they designed it. It's terrible. But other than that, though, I love landing in San Diego, and I'm like, man, it's so nice. It's just good to be home. Just anywhere in America. I'm a big fan, big fan. The IRA limits, they did get raised. There's one more too. I think even on the like we were talking about a little last year. Like, even up to a brokerage, I think, even if it's just like a normal account, up to like 75,000, dude, you get an amazing, tax benefits still. I think up to like 100 grand or 75 grand isn't taxed still, depending on how you do it. But I think it's generally available for everybody. Oh, what up, baby? Just upgraded to Locked In. You're going to be here every day. Made good money on the long-term crypto and options. Good at charting. Have a pop-in Twitter. Now you're full-time with it. Well, let's get it, baby. Honestly, just make the most of it. And I hope you listen to what I was telling everybody before. You get that long-term. Let it grow. Really focus on it. And just don't be dumb. That's if you avoid stupidity this year, I think it's going to be brilliant. And same thing too, though. Like, I don't know what you're involved in, but like if you guys follow me on Twitter and y'all following a bunch of dog shit and propaganda, I am gonna unfortunately block you. So I won't block you in this chat unless you break the rules. And even then, that's the new thing we're gonna do this year. If I decide that somebody, if they break the rules and I decide we're gonna ban, I'm not gonna ban you. I'm gonna flip the coin. So yeah, and if your fate will be in the hands of fate or the coin, which I think that's the same thing. But yeah, either way, baby, God bless, and I'm very excited, and I hope y'all make the most of it. Make the most of the timing. China, dude, I wanted to go to China. I wanted to go to China or Japan. Do people in Cali watch the ball drop at 9? Yeah, man. We do that every year. Only for a little bit. Like, we don't, sit in our living room and piss our pants to watch it drop. But we definitely, I put it on 2 minutes before this year. It was 8:58. And I turned it on YouTube. And then everybody was complaining about the delay because it, came out a lot later. And then even, when they showed multiple feeds, there was, a big delay on the New York one. And then again, it looked like 2026, or it looked like 2024, not 2026. Like when you saw the 6 and the 6 looked like a 4. It was a trip, bro. Went to the Grand Canyon. Ooh. Dude, I don't think I've been to the Grand Canyon. I think I've driven by it, but I don't think I've actually been. I lived in Arizona and I've been to Vegas, but no, I haven't done that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, the coin has spoken. That will be where you will be in the hands of the coin, my brother. I think it's fair. That way, you break the rules, we flip the coin. So I'll leave that to that and call it a day. The background music, I forgot about it this morning, but then, I was like, maybe we mix it up a little bit. Maybe I'll keep mixing it up. We'll try it for a couple weeks. You got me in China. I do. I have a lot of friends in China. I'd be really, really down. I would. I want to. It's a long ass flight though. My friend wanted me to go to Macau, but I was like, dude, it's like it's like 16-hour flight. I still don't like planes. I don't like air travel. I don't like any of that. I went on planes, but I still don't. I'm still not. And then airports are shitty. You know that? Like airports are just so. I don't know. It's a great form of tech of like transportation. Don't get me wrong, but my goodness, it's just like you got to go through it all, and they yell at you. And then you got to go and wait, and then it's just packed. I don't know. I like airport food. I like going through the airports and, like, finding, like, little random restaurants. Like, it's always surprising what you find. Like, San Diego got a taco stand now at the airport. I saw, like, a STK at an airport. I said, that's at an airport? I've never seen that. So I was tripping out there. Upwork. Oof. Is that on that candle? 20, it's only 10 cents. It's like 1%, but it's up 3 on the day. Yeah, bro, there was a STK at an airport. I was tripping out. There's another restaurant. It was like a nice-ass restaurant at an airport. I was like, why is that here? But it was really cool. I didn't have time. But, Fly out of Van Nuys. Yeah, that's the hack. Van Nuys in Burbank. That's like if you don't want to go through LAX. I had to pick up somebody from LAX, but I thank God I didn't have to fly to LAX. But surprisingly, it was easier to pick up somebody from LAX during the break than pick up at San Diego, which is shocking to me because it used to, like, I got through LAX pretty quick. But, dude, San Diego is terrible now. I don't know why. It's under construction, but, like, the way they constructed it is the dumbest shit ever. Yeah, man, it's not. They're better in Europe. That's what my girl says. You know, remember, she's still European. She tries to spy, and she propagandizes me. They don't do that. Hello. I don't know why she has this accent, but, yep. Cabazon. I told you, bro, I went to the damn Black Friday at Cabazon. It was terrible. It was actually really good deals, but I didn't know what I signed up for till I got there, and it took 45 minutes to go, like, 5 mile or 1 mile. Literally, a 5-minute drive it took me literally 45 minutes. It was crazy. But it was good. They had some really good deals. That was Black Friday. We had our turkey cut in this year. Yeah, I had a lot of... the planes are terrible, dude. Planes are terrible. Oh, O'Hare. I wanted to go. You know, you're right. I was gonna go to Chicago. I wanted to go when Derek came out, and then you were like, I might come out. I wanted to go to Chicago, but then I was like, well, shit, if I go to Chicago, and then I feel bad, but then it didn't. I thought you were gonna come here, and then you didn't come here, and then I was like, well, then I went somewhere else, and it was too late. I hung out with Derek. Well, we were at the. Derek and Ryan, bro, we were at the farm. I need to go check it out. We dug a trench, dude. I still have a cut on my we were literally shoveling, bro. We were shoveling, and then I took them out for some sushi. So I got to see them there. We got some shovels in, bro. But yeah, I still do need to go there. I did see the truffle farming, yeah. We can't get in there. But I want to farm, did I tell you guys this? I don't know if I did. But the new plan with the farm, I still haven't got animals. We've had the farm for 6 months now, but I still haven't done animals. But yeah, I think I want to do agriculture because I really want food. I don't know. I just think it'd be a good idea if we had our own, at least 1 acre with a bunch of different kinds. And then I want to specialize in a couple, but I think we're going to start going food, greenhouses, and just have it where we could have food. I think food is a good investment and just totally useful. Blackstone, BX, and BN, AMH. Yo, what's going on with these? A couple of these home plays? Yo, something's happening with real estate. Yo, Invitation Homes. It's small for now, but these equity funds. What is this? Homeland Security says ICE officer fired defensive shots in Minneapolis. I don't think that's related, but something's going on with these real estate funds, both like real estate companies and then like Blackstone, Carlyle, and then Invitation. It's happening now. I don't know what it is though. Yeah, they're all moving right now. It looks like that looks like an industry headline. I don't know what it is. Yeah, those are moving right now though. Oh, Trump is taking steps to ban large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. Coming out now. Trump to say he is immediately banning institutional companies from buying single-family homes. Let's see what we got. There's no easy ones. I think, is it BlackRock? Do they have the most residential? Damn, none of them are cheap. There's one. They already kind of went here. Oh, they didn't. No, they filled me on all of them. I got a really, really cheap one. I don't think it's going to hit, but just in case. But that's 3% now. Yeah. Could be good for Arquite, yeah. Because that could help home buyers. I don't think Arquite should go down. I think algos are tweaking on that one. But yeah, but anybody like any big investor, it's like Blackstone, Invitation, which one? I think BX and then INVH. But yeah, that's big news. Actually, our home builders. That's weird that home builders went down on that. But yeah, Trump saying that right now he'll ask Congress to codify the ban and we'll discuss it with further housing and affordability proposals at the Davos speech in 2 weeks. That's a very good move. That sounds like some fucking midterm shit. But yeah, I mean, think about it. How many times have people said that? I don't know. Yeah, the home builders went down on that. I don't know why, but yeah, that's the news. So Trump is literally, they're going to ban institutional investors from buying homes. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. That's something everybody said, like that doesn't mean you can't own more than one home, but like these companies with billions and hundreds of millions of dollars going up and buying blocks, overinflating it. This is something you've heard about for the last couple of years now. A ban on that definitely, I think, will get him some goodwill. That's a good move. I like it. Yeah, just wait till CNN tells you why this is bad. Yeah, for real, dog. For real. They're going to be like, well, actually, now that means, oh my gosh. Blech. So, yeah, well, but other than that, I think definitely what's it called type of move. A midterm type of move if you think about it. Do home builders provide data on ratios to owner occupants? Yeah, that's why I don't know. I think real estate stocks are just algo tweaking off of it right now. I think they're going down, but because again, some institutional investors, I mean, some are partnered and some institutionals can buy portions of a development, but yeah, I think it's usually owners, but like owner operators, people who are going to live in it. Very interesting. Maybe a slowdown from supply of institutional buyers. Yeah, that could be it. Okay. Yeah, they moved around. They already doubled by the time I got into it. My play moved a little, but I don't think it's going to hit. I just got it just in case. Because that, again, we caught it before the headline. But then now we know there is literally a headline attached to it. Let's see. I don't want to buy. Fraud is good. Here's why. This is bad because people's 401k would drop. I know. My goodness. I think it's really good. I mean, finally. Took long enough. Does it? It'll probably prevent future buys. Oh shit, they hit. Holy fuck. Those shouldn't have hit. All right, I got 100% on it. Yeah, and now there's another set of cheap ones, but they're fucking like $20 lower. All right, well, I hit one of those. I did not. I just got that kind of as I've got them really cheap, but already out free. I got a couple now. We'll just hold those. Well, yeah, those all got smashed. I'm very surprised. Invitation Homes, 10% now. So think of it. We caught the first 1%, got the headline at 3, and then now it's down fucking 9. And then Blackstone dropped 8. Yeah, and then, okay, it makes sense why they fucking hit. They shouldn't have taken that extra 4 or 5% there. I think just right now they're just banning the purchases. That's what it seems. We're gonna get details in 2 weeks. So this is all still roughly new, if you think about it. But we're gonna get the full details in 2 weeks. But it is. It seems like it's only just future purchases. Wow, that's amazing. Well, welcome back, Chad. There you go. Get a couple of headlines. I'm telling, bro, there was literally no headlines while I was gone. So I'm glad that we actually got some shit, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is. I'm surprised Biden didn't do this, but then again, I'm not surprised. But it is it's a problem you didn't really think about until they fucked it up, right? Like, you know, if you said this like 7 years ago, people will be like, "What the fuck do you mean limit the free market? What do you mean ban these guys?" But then again, like there has been some documented instances where like these companies and these investors, they would just come in, buy up the cheap homes, and then they'd start top ticking it to raise the comps. And then now with already a supply shortage, before you know it, then that's it. There's nothing else. So Zillow's moving up now. So there you go. This might be the ghetto secondary one. I don't think these will hit as much, but you get the idea. People might chase it a little bit. They're kind of up already. Yeah, no, they're jacked up the ask. Be careful on any of those. It's not the same. Yeah, they just raised the ass to protect it, but they're literally already jacked up. I'll take my 100% and walk. See, Archite is going up though. Remember, I told you that though. Like I said, I think algos were tripping on that. I don't think those should have been negative, and now the market's starting to react with that. So that's a good one. But again, they jacked up on any of the upside plays. They just jack the asks up way too much. So like you have to go in between. I mean, yeah, today's a really good first day. Now you get the news hit. You're all early, even on a fucking delay. Got a nice 2,000%er, but I didn't tell you guys about that one. I just woke up to it. But yeah, man, not bad. Not bad at all. Very interesting. Well, welcome back, Chattadonia. Welcome back. I'm glad I come back and now, because you weren't getting these headlines the last couple of weeks. It was slow. Everything was boring except the Venezuela stuff. So I wasn't really expecting much today, but I'll take it, baby. Finger to the sky. Yeah, Archite, Zillow, they're benefiting. Some of them might start to balance out, like Invitation and BX. So, again, but I hope you guys got to see that. You got a little bit of access. But, again, it's hard on the up. I didn't take any upsides. Those should benefit, but I can't find a good one on there. Yeah, if you got filled in between the spreads, you could have got lucky, but it wasn't. Upside ones were more difficult. Trump is banning the purchases of institutions on single-family homes. Fannie and Freddie may benefit. No position. That's a good idea, yeah. Actually. They haven't moved up yet, but that could be the second, third ghetto one. U.S. to control and market all Venezuelan oil exports indefinitely, with proceeds held in treasury accounts, and Washington moves to remove and manage the industry. Trump pushes oil firms to rebuild Venezuela's energy sector after Maduro's ouster, even as output remains low and global prices slip. More Archite. Fannie and Freddie didn't move off. Again, the algos tweaked on that. They fucking pump faked everybody. But that's saying, just understanding the news, like Archite and Zillow that's for the retail. That's the, again, had nothing to do with the institutions. So they went up. Good luck if you got that one. And then if you grabbed any of the other ones, even if you were a little late, I mean, a fucking 9% move is big on the down on any of the other institutional investors. You're a full minute and a half behind any information. Beware. It's not a minute and a half. You probably, I don't know if you still on dial-up or not, but no, it wasn't a minute and a half. But you still, I don't even know who's, you should have beat everybody on that one still. But yeah, and then if you are listening to the premium call-outs, you could hear. But even with that minute, I mean, yeah, it's still, it's up to you, Habibi. Up to you. What's the other one? Because again, we had that before the headline. That's what was the trippy part about it. So you should have seen BS and invitation. Even with the delay, you had that even before anything happened. So beware. Beware, brother. Beware. Good morning. Good morning, good evening, and good night. Where is that one? Oh, yeah. It just hit the wire right now. Oh, that's disgusting. They're 9:55. So if you go and put it into a news thing, it hit the wires at 9:55. So you literally had 10 minutes ahead, even with the 1 minute I took off the top. But that way, too, you had to be smart and really think about the play. But like I'm saying, how we maneuvered that one, you were hearing, I didn't think my premium was going to hit. I didn't think it was going to take extra 6. So I sat there for a little bit with that premium just chilling. So that was, oh my gosh. Oh, that's because the ask. Yeah, I made 100%, showing 1,000%, but I think it's only 100 because mine were out of the money. I just got them cheap. Let's see. I'm going to try to sell 1,000. We'll see if it fills. Even on delay, it was a banger. That's what I'm saying, dog. Why they hating, dog? Good morning. Good to be back. Eli and NVO. We talked about them a lot. I mean, NVO has a lot of competition. They lost the market like leadership to Retrotide, the Eli Lilly drug, but they still got about 38%. And now people recently just the pill, the new Ozempic pill. That's the thing that people liked on that. Ukraine foreign minister says Kyiv welcomes U.S. seizure of Russian flagship in North Atlantic. It didn't say the company. So we're going to get another follow-up on this headline. So again, that's part of it in 2 weeks at Davos. He's going to explain it. He's going to ask Congress to codify it, but they're probably going to get more details in 2 weeks. Here, those GLP-3, right? Chat GLP-3. But yeah, so you're going to hear more about the home shit a little bit later. Still more to come. BSTX. Amazon to start selling single-family homes. Well, what a day, Chad. Again, Zillow, too, if you want to take it. That's the one I left. The Zillow and Architect. But honestly, if the premiums chill out as it goes up, you might be able to snag one. But I'm not gonna force it. Not gonna force it. Let's get it, baby. Good morning. Well, Chad, welcome to the Stock Market Live. It's 10 a.m. now. Do you guys know what time that means? Philo. Oh, I have to set it up. I forgot to set it up. So, yeah, I'm going to set it up. I forgot to set it up. I'm going to set up the Philo. And then, yeah, let's take a little break here. I think we did very good today. We had some great opportunities. First Philo of the year. But, yeah, if you want to talk life and some other things, you could come to Philo. But, you know, If you're going to complain about a delay, even though you were about 5 to 10 minutes ahead of the world, or you don't like it when I talk off topic, you may not want to join. You may not like this next moment. So that way, new video, new title, new everything, you'll be able to get it where you fit in, as they say. So I hope to see you there. I will post the link. It's free to join. Again, you guys will all have the chat as well. So again, like I said, we'll try out letting you guys talk however you please. But other than that, yeah, God bless you and God bless America. So it should take you there when I'm done. And then I'll post the link in the chat. And then, yeah, we'll begin. So let me get the video set up, though. Should you buy land in Venezuela or the spy? I mean, how about, do you want to invest in Egypt? Because I know a little Egyptian boy. He told me he could go. What he does is he takes you give him money, and he'll go across the Nile, and he'll bring you back gems, like real, like natural, rare earth material. If you're looking to invest. But I would say Egypt is probably your best bet if those are your only two options. You give the little Egyptian boy money, maybe he doubles, triples, quadruples your money. Who knows? Oh, what up, Roach? You got a banger, dog? God bless America. Yeah. You could get them from the Phoenicians. It's up to you. But either way, we got to get into philo. So let me get this set up. My name is Wiki Long Term. First stream of the year. First philo of the year, dog. They don't feel me. Philo, January 7th. Oh, man, and thank you again, brother. Thank you again. All roads lead to Egypt. Welcome back. Crudo. CRDO. Sounds like sushi. That's sushi? Sushi, crudo, tuna, crudo? Is that what it is? No? All right. Well, we're good to go, baby. Anthropic raising $10 billion at $350 billion valuation. Wall Street Journal. All right, guys. So I'll see you at Philo. You're going to have to click on the link or this video should take you there. But like I said, if you don't want to listen to that stuff, you don't have to. That was a big lesson last year. Show me that you learned it, man. Things flow so much better. Because like I'm telling you, man, it's don't pay for things you don't want. Who would do that? You know what I'm saying? But instead, you could pay for things you want. And I'm not even talking money. I'm talking attention. Don't pay attention. Okay, yeah, you get it. All right, love you. Good first day so far. Let's get a good philo. Peace. Oh, Hyundai and Qualcomm signed broad agreement to collaborate on SDV architecture for 88.